Well, apologies to all as we continue to try to fix the issue on our end.
Teresa, are we allowed to do more dad jokes? What would the attorney advice be for content in this moment?
Um, it occurs to me that well, we haven't adjourned or taken a recess. You certainly could take a recess if you wanted to. There's nothing that prohibits humor, mirth, and merriment at any time during the council meeting.
Thank you.
Because I abhor merriment, I understand that it works and we can move forward.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
sure. I'd like to make a motion that we forbid merriment from all council meetings.
There's no second on that.
What about mirth? Can we do that?
Nobody's seconding Aaron's motion. All right.
I thought we already had that open. From people that we're not there's no sound.
I understand that the sound is back. Is that right, Nuria? It was not an attempt to.
It was not. I understand from folks that are listening that they are hearing us.
Okay, so let's get the recording back on and turn it back over to the
recording in progress.
Nice job. All right, back over to you.
And Judge, do you want us to go ahead and have Emily share your screen? Share your slideshow?
I think I've got it. I'm going to try to share this screen. We'll see if we've got it.
Okay.
Good luck, and thanks to everyone watching for your patience. We really appreciate it.
Back here. Try it one more time here. See if we can get it right. Oh, it's not responding again. I think we're going to have to go with me winging it because my PowerPoint doesn't respond once I get up on the screen with you all. Let me try for 30 more seconds if you all. Let me just try one more thing here.
We can see the screen share. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm going to the slideshow trying to get myself to presenter mode so I can see I got my spinner going when I do that.
Yeah. And we can see it's not responding on the very top.
Yeah.
I would suggest, Judge, let Emily do the slideshow, and if maybe that'll
be fine, except I'm without notes, so I'm going to have to try to wing that part, which is a little bit frustrating, but that's just the way it goes. Okay, Emily, why don't you take back the screen? I'll stop sharing. We can go to the next slide. And as I mentioned earlier, we were talking a little bit about some of the changes in the court personnel. Actually, we're one slide back if you can stick with that other slide. Thank you. Want to talk a little bit more about our philosophy. I was talking a little bit before we took a break about the court's approach with people who come to our court. And I do want to point out for council that we have literally thousands of people who come through our court every year who interact with either myself or with our staff. And so we are a point or a facing operation for the rest of the government. And our view is that we want people to leave with a good impression of the city of Boulder government. And that extends not only to just the participants who come through the system, but also to the stakeholders like police officers, defense counsel, the city attorney's office. We want them to have a good impression of the court process. And that starts with the people that they interact with up front, and it continues when they come to see me. And the goals here are multiple, but we do want them to feel like they've been heard, that they've had a fair and efficient process, and that when they leave the court, they feel like the process worked efficiently for all concerned. So that's our perspective on this. The other thing that we try to approach as a court is to be a problem-solving court. Unlike the federal government or the state court system, a municipal court has the opportunity to interact in a way where we tailor our responses to community problems in a way that helps solve those problems. And that's not always available in the state or federal system. So that's part and parcel of what we do. Next slide, please. There have been a number of administrative changes in the court in the last year or so. In December or November of 2022, James Cho, our court administrator, retired. And as a result of his retirement, we took the opportunity to make some changes in the way that we go about our business. Pam Davis, assistant city manager, came in and was our court administrator for some period of time. And she helped us make some changes to our court process and the way that we set up our court structure so that we'd be more efficient and to give a little more breadth in coverage for supervisors. So that was a great change for our court. We took that opportunity to move forward with that. The next slide will discuss that new court structure. I'll get to that in a moment. But in addition to the changes that we had at the administrative level, we also lost a number of staffing individuals. A lot of people had great experience at the court. We lost 3 or 4 people in the last 18 months, and we've been trying to replace them ever since with good quality people. That's probably our most crucial administrative challenge going forward, is to have good, solid staff that can support us. And then finally, I want to talk a little bit about this live streaming statute that came out in September of 2023 that became effective under state law. And it simply requires that we live stream or virtual present our proceedings. We do now live stream, and we have a YouTube channel for everybody who wants to watch court who aren't participants in the court system. And that's been effective since September 1st. We have a link to that on our webpage. Next slide, please, Emily. Thank you. This is an example of our court structure. And as you can see in that middle area, you've got the court specialist and supervisor positions that are in the middle, the probation officer supervisor position, and then the data specialist. Those are the 3 new positions that we added, and that gave us a little more breadth from a supervisory perspective. And again, Pam Davis helped with that. We have now hired 3 people to fill those positions, and they were all internal hires. We were able to promote internal hires. And we have recently promoted from Deputy Court Administrator Devon Kissick-Kelly as our court administrator. And she's in the position right now as court administrator. The associate judge position remains empty until the council decides on presiding judge. And we also have a couple of empty positions at the court navigator position and 1 court specialist position that we'll be filling in the next several months. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we do approach all of the problems that the community faces with a problem-solving approach method, and that's something that we take very seriously. The next slide, if you wouldn't mind. In the fall, this is an area where we do have a problem-solving approach with our quality of life violations. As you might know, that we have a large number of students that come into the university and some who come into the community as residents for the first time. Most of these young people, college-age people, haven't had any experience living on their own, and so they might commit quality of life violations like nuisance party, noise disturbances, MIP alcohol, MIP marijuana charges. And so we take the approach of trying to solve the problems that are created by those and try to teach these students. And so the cornerstone for this is to, number 1, make sure that we get these students in to see us in a short period of time. We have what we call a fast track process, and within 7 to 10 days of the defendant getting a citation in the fall, they actually are seen in court. If a defendant received a petty or misdemeanor offense from the state court, they would probably wait 6 to 8 weeks, perhaps even longer, before even going to court, and they may not even see a judge for some of those types of violations. They might be deferred to a diversion program without having interaction with the judge. That's one of the reasons that we took these cases on, both for MIP alcohol type cases and our quality of life violations. We wanted them to be able to see a judge and to interact with us in a short period of time. And I believe because of that short turnaround, I think the evidence would support this, that reduces recidivism because we get accountability much closer to the date of the violation. Next slide, please. The typical outcomes for these quality of life violations that I've mentioned include basically a deferred adjudication for the defendants. If they're first-time offenders, then we try to avoid having them leave the court with a criminal record, but they are required to do quite a bit in order to earn that ultimate dismissal. They're on a program for between 6 and 12 months, depending on the outcome from the prosecutor's perspective that's necessary. But the typical conditions that are include the CU Restorative Justice Program, Community Living Class, and Community Service. And the CU Restorative Justice Program is really the link to all of this. We've worked with CU for a number of years to develop a program that they actually facilitate to have students learn about living with their neighbors and getting some accountability in connection with that. Our view and the evidence does support this, that an individual who learns about the behavior that they're causing harm with and has the responsibility to repair that harm is less likely to commit future violations. And so that's why we do this program. And every year in the fall, right before the fall season starts, I go to a CU program where it's designed to have all of the stakeholders involved meet and discuss the upcoming season. I believe Councillor Friend was at the last one there, and it was a really well-attended group. And it was impressive to me to see all these different groups, people with different perspectives, sharing those perspectives at this meeting. I was also really impressed with CU. The folks at CU have taken a great deal of effort to institutionalize some of the programs that have been developed over a long period of time. And the court has worked with them as part of that process. A lot of different folks work together in collaborative form to create these processes to develop a greater sense of community and accountability and responsibility for these young people. And we've experienced a great deal of success and connection with that. We're really early on in our season of fall cases right now. But the early returns suggest that we've seen a lot less cases this year than we saw last year. And that's been a trend over the last several years. I don't have complete data yet, but I'm more than happy to come back on a later date and share that data with you. But my understanding from what I've looked at so far is that we're just not seeing as many cases. There could be a lot of explanations for that. It could be simply because the officers aren't issuing tickets, but I would like to believe that it's more likely because of these efforts to avoid police contact in the first place have been very successful. And I think that's a good process for us to continue to engage in so that we can minimize the impact for those folks, especially the folks on the Hill, minimize the impact that the students have when they're first coming into town. Next slide, please. The minor possession charges of both alcohol and marijuana are also charges that are part of our fast track program. They do require a mandatory appearance in our court. Again, if they were in the county court, they might just get a diversion program without even seeing a judge. That's one of the reasons that we took this program on, is so that there would be interaction with the judge. And we, as a municipal court, have the ability to tailor our sentences to the offender needs. Some individuals, and probably a majority of the individuals that we see with these types of first offenses, will come to court and really need just a brief intervention with a judge and perhaps one class, a short class where they get educated about the rules regarding alcohol or marijuana. But others might need a more in-depth intervention and might actually need treatment. And we're looking to find out a little bit about both. So we do a survey at the beginning, find out a little bit about them, and then we go forward from there with the treatment programs. And we collaborate with our CU Health Promotions folks in order to secure the right treatment for these people. We believe that it's important for CU to be a part of this, and they are constantly revising their approach to these first-time offenders and to those who might need more assistance. And so we work with them to develop the classes and tailor those classes for the defendants. Next slide, please. I want to turn now to community safety and quality of life in public spaces. There's been a great deal of discussion over the last few months in our community and among stakeholders about what we should be doing about community safety and the quality of life for individuals. And my perspective is that we want community safety and access to public spaces for everyone in our community. And that includes not only the people who might be unhoused and staying there, but also the people who want to access that, the families who have children who want to be able to go to Central Park and engage in either watching movies that they used to be able to watch there and those types of things. All of that is really important. So we design our process to try to facilitate that. And so if you could go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about that. For the more serious types of offenses, you'll see a more traditional court process. And our goals, as they've always been, to increase accountability, rehabilitate defendants if possible, to improve safety, and to do it in a humane way. And so for the more serious offenses, for example, threatening bodily injury, causing physical harm to another person, disturbances, things of that nature, our prosecutors utilize this more traditional court process. For those offenses that are considered lower level offenses, might be camping or littering, smoking in public, something of that nature, the prosecutors will often utilize the community court process for those types of offenses. The goal with either process is the same, and that is to reduce harm to the community and to do it in a humane way. Next slide, please. So there are traditional sentencing options that are available to the court, and they've always been available to the court. So What we do is if there are charges involving violence and threats of violence, when someone does plead guilty, then we have the ability to impose sentencing. But it doesn't come with that ability until someone is found guilty or pleads guilty to a charge. But for resisting arrest, obstructing a police officer, involving violence, threats of violence, any of those types of charges, we will impose first of treatment programs. We're going to look for counseling. We're going to look for mental health addiction counseling or addiction counseling, things of that nature, and maybe utilize community service. But often that won't work. There are certainly times when we have individuals who aren't able or willing to participate in those programs. And so we've got only jail as an option. And so sometimes, although I do not like to impose jail sentence, sometimes the only thing that we can do is impose jail as a consequence. And that's not only as a consequence, but also to improve community safety. The problem that we face, and there are multiple problems, but one problem that we face is what do we do with offenders when they return to the community? There are very limited jail programs for individuals who are in custody for a short period of time. And when I'm talking about a short period, I'm talking about less than 45 days. And even when you get to 90 days, there are just limited resources at the jail to address mental health and addiction issues. And as you know, the cap on our active jail is 90 days. So there isn't a great deal of opportunity for someone who's in custody on one of our charges to get a great deal of assistance while they're in custody. We're working on that, and we certainly refer people to the mental health counselors that are in the jail and try to get them into programs if possible. But it's one of those issues that we have to be aware of when thinking about the fact that when they do go to jail, even if it's for a period of time, they are going to be released from custody. And most of the people, especially our unhoused people who come out of custody, they come out of custody and they're without a home at the time. And there just are not great resources available to them. They end up back on the streets and in a situation where they're committing the same types of offenses that got them into custody in the first place. So it's a challenge for us, one that we embrace, but it is definitely a challenge for us to reduce this recidivism that causes such great impact on our entire community. Next slide, please. There are also some very practical and legal limitations to what we can and cannot do. You've probably heard this before, but I think it's important to reiterate this important information. Bond reform that occurred beginning in 2014, but all the way through 2022 under Section 16113 of the state statute creates the 48-hour rule, which means that on lower level offenses that come into municipal court, the offenses that are most of the offenses that we see people who fail to appear on, not all of the offenses that we see, but most of the ones who fail to appear in our court are lower level offenses and subject to this 48-hour rule. For example, smoking, littering, camping, like I said earlier. That means that when they come into custody, they're advised that they have a right to a personal recognizance bond. I mean, they don't have to post a cash bond. And they're told of that when they come in, and they're also advised of that by their defense counsel and by the judge when they appear for their arraignment within that 48-hour period. If they aren't seen within 48 hours, they have to be released on a PR bond. But even when they are seen, the judge is required to give them a PR bond if they request that. And I can't stress that point enough because it really does change the way prosecutors do business and the way the court does its business. That's one point I wanted to make. And the other point I want to make available to you is this challenge that we're facing at the Boulder County Jail. The jail booking standards are very severe right now, and they have been for the past couple of years. The sheriff has had to indicate to us at least 3 different times that they weren't able to accept our defendants on municipal court warrants. And it's not just Boulder, it's all municipal court warrants. And over time, they will lift those restrictions, but those jail booking standards really place a limit on what we can do. If someone fails to appear in court, we can issue a warrant, but if the jail won't accept them, that doesn't give us much room to really get them accountable. And in connection with that, I want to point out that we do not blame the jail for this. They are overcrowded. I've been speaking with deputies and people over at the jail multiple times in the last couple of weeks, and they just don't have room, nor do they have the staffing necessary to really take care of these individuals who are brought into custody. So we don't blame the sheriff for making these tough decisions, but they do place a significant limitation on what we're able to do. So if you go to the next slide, please. So as a result of this, we do have a charge-driven prosecution approach. And on the left side of this diagram here, you've got traditional court process available for both of those bars, the left and the middle. From third-degree assault all the way down to weapons offenses, any charge like that is not part of the community court program. That's only part of the traditional court process. The prosecutors don't offer dismissals in connection with those types of charges. They go through the traditional process. We're still limited, but those offenses do have a state counterpart. So it does allow us, if someone fails to appear on those types of charges, to hold them into custody longer than the 48 hours. If they've had a failure to appear previously or something of that nature, then we can hold them if they are arrested and brought into custody. But again, that requires that the jail actually accept our warrant. But that's the process that's available. And for that type of process, our prosecutors will make plea agreements with people that will involve community service. They will involve counseling of some sort. Sometimes it'll involve a jail sentence if they've got someone who's a repeat offender, or if the violation is so egregious that it necessitates a jail sentence right away, they can make that request. And our court is not hesitant to impose jail when we believe it's necessary to protect the community or to effectuate a consequence that's appropriate in a particular case. But for those cases that are not subject to that traditional court process, the prosecutor and the court have partnered together to develop this community court model. And that's the model that a lot of people have heard quite a bit about over the last couple of years. And on the right column there, those are the types of charges that come under the community court model. Alcohol in public, trespass at the bottom, and not all trespass charges. Those are ones that sometimes are eligible for the community court model and sometimes not, depending on the prosecutor's view of the type of trespass that it is. But that community court model involves the prosecutors seeking to engage individuals. So a defendant who is eligible for community court, if they come to our community court, or even if they come to the traditional court at 6th and Canyon, they may be deemed eligible for a disposition that does not involve even a guilty plea. They might be able to earn a dismissal of their case by participating and engaging in the process. And that process primarily is designed to secure housing down the road, but housing is a long-term process for people, and it can take many months to get someone housed. But along the way, they also gain stability. Someone might get an identification, a social security card. They might even secure social security disability benefits from the state or the federal government. All of that is what our navigators work with them on. And so if they're in process with us and they have an alcohol in public charge or a camping charge and they come to community court, they might be able to earn a dismissal of the charge if they engage in the process with the navigators. So that's what our prosecutors do. And I think it's a valuable process. It does not solve all of the problems, and I want to stress that for everyone. The problems associated with some of our highest utilizers are not easily satisfied even by housing. And I'll discuss that in just a few moments. Next slide, please. This is a slide that Judge Cook presented to you all some time back, but I want to point out to you why I brought it back again, because I think it's really important to get into the evidence. There's been a lot of discussion in the hotline about what evidence is there to support all of the programs that we have here in our court, and along with the homelessness folks who will be speaking later. And I think that's an appropriate approach. But if you look on the far left column where the 978 is there in the blue, that column represents just 7 defendants over a course of several years, but 7 defendants and the total number of cases that they secured prior to being housed, 978 cases. At the top sliver there is a little red bar that shows 6 cases that they've had since being housed. Some of these people have been housed since 2020, some as recently as 2022. But I looked again at our records just about a week ago and found that there weren't many new cases for these individuals. It's probably maybe 2 or 3 new cases that have been issued to these individuals, this 7 group, which were obviously people who were really impacting our community prior to being housed. And the same is true across. If you look at that second bar, that's for people who've had between 51 and 99 cases as an individual, and there were 14 in that category. 976 cases collectively as that for that group of 14 people prior to being housed, and just 6 cases after being housed. And there was a question that was asked by Councilor Wallach in the hotline, which was addressing with the 23 people that have been housed this year. And it was 22 before, but we now have 23 that have been housed this year. They're not part of this statistic, but I did reach out to Nyat, and Nyat told me that 22 of those 23 people are still housed. 1 has a housing voucher, and Nyat is optimistic that that individual will actually be housed again soon. So there is a good retention. This is for people who have shown a willingness and some who haven't shown a willingness to be housed, but we've worked with them. And so we've had some success on both ends of this. But I think the slide demonstrates that housing can really reduce recidivism and decrease the impact on our community. It requires a great deal of effort on a lot of people's parts, but it does have the ability to reduce recidivism for our community. Next slide, please. The most difficult challenge that we face is those individuals who are a little reluctant to even engage with us. And we try our best to get them to engage, but there are folks who won't engage. And even some who, when they engage, it's only a minimal amount of engagement. And they make this concept up of this high utilizer that you may have heard about. And this is the most difficult group. It is the group that our court works with the most. We are aware of who those people are. The district court folks are aware of who they are. The DA is aware of who they are. And we work very hard to try to reduce the recidivism and their impact on the community. But they are a much greater challenge because their acuity is so much more severe. Mostly mental health problems and addiction problems, but some of them have anger control issues. It just depends on the circumstances. And so the way that we go about this is to really engage with, as a collaborative effort with everyone. The city attorney's office is in-depthly involved with this, city manager's office. I want to point out that our homeless outreach team, Sergeant Kessler, Officer Maynard, Officer Paddock previously, Officer Steinman, a great number of police officers, and many other who aren't even on the hot team, really work hard along with the folks at Health and Human Services and all of our community stakeholders to try to work with this group. And it is a tireless effort. I am really inspired when I meet these folks to find out what they're willing to do and how far they're willing to go to get somebody housed. And so we have to continue with that effort to collaborate. And so that's why I've listed all these folks. Everybody is involved. And in the high utilizer meetings that I attend, we've got executives from the district attorney's office, from the county commissioner's office will be joining us, people from within the city, HHS is involved. And then, of course, our prosecutors and myself. It's a group of about 15 or 20 people. And then there's an operations group that has HHS people and the on-the-ground people who are working through this, and they share information with the executive team. It's really a great start. It is not the ultimate solution. None of these things are going to be the ultimate solution on their own, but I'm really pleased to say that there's been great progress. And I've been in the justice arena for 20 years. I've never seen the type of collaboration and communication that goes on. People are utilizing technology in the Teams channel to really engage with each other, keep track of these individuals, find out where they might be, and really try to promote these steps towards housing for individuals. And of course, if housing doesn't work, if we do have an option for someone to be placed somewhere that's not just a regular apartment, but actually to a place like Fort Lyon or to Tribe, then we're going to be looking to do that. And then the last course for us is to utilize the jail bed space, which we don't have right now, but it is another place where we can have individuals go who aren't willing to do anything for us. And it's a last course for us. And we have to be really conscientious about using those beds because it does impact the jail a great deal, but it is a way that we can get somebody who isn't willing to comply and hold that circumstance where we say, look, if you're not willing to comply, you're not willing to participate, then we've got a mechanism that we can utilize so that we can make sure you aren't causing harm to our community. And I've had to do that a few times in the last couple of months, impose longer sentences. I don't enjoy doing it, but I am finding that when I have that consequence shared with an individual, it does make them a little more responsive to our requests. And we're going to continue with that, is try to use a little bit of the carrot and the stick model to get people to do some of the things we need to do. But also knowing that the stick doesn't usually work. Someone has to be wanting a change in their life to be successful. And if you could go to the next slide for me. All right, there are maybe some questions. I believe Councillor Wallach, I may have addressed his. I did see a question that was raised in the hotline from Councillor Benjamin, and it was a question about safe outdoor spaces and how those might be utilized in connection with our process at the court. Can we refer someone to a safe outdoor space if there was a safe camping space for someone to go as part of a sentence? We absolutely have the ability to do that, and that's something that we could achieve once that space is available. We're in a position as a municipal court, because we're local, we do have the flexibility to do things that perhaps the state courts aren't able to do.
Thank you so much for that presentation. We're going to turn it over for questions now. I've got Junie, then Bob, Nicole, and then Tara. Junie, you're up.
Thank you, Rachel. And sometimes when you're taking notes, you're paying too much attention to the notes and I may not have heard But something that got me to perk up was when you talked about the longer sentences. And I wanted to hear a little bit more about that, because my understanding from the prior, I'd like to hear more, because part of it, again, as a community, we want to divert people to programs. So instead of the longer sentences, so I'm wondering, have you to get them into programming? I just don't know how your sentence fit into the work that we're trying to do. So I think I wanted you to elaborate a little bit more on that.
I appreciate that. So I want to make it clear, it's really, really rare that we impose a long sentence. And in fact, most of our defendants that we see are getting a PR bond automatically, or they're getting one from me if they see me in custody. I never impose a jail sentence for someone who comes to court. I haven't done that in the longest period of time. I can't even remember the last time I did that. The times that it comes up is where somebody has been a repeat offender, maybe 6 or 8 or 10 offenses in a short period of time, and has, for example, one of our defendants had 115 cases over a course of a several year period. And that individual actually was given the opportunity to go to a program at Fort Lyon, but chose not to go to that program. And so the prosecutor said, well, here's the option. You can do a long jail sentence, or you can do the program. And if we worked with the defendant, our hot team moved him twice to get his dental records fixed up so that he could go to that program. We gave him PR bonds. When we came back to see him the third time, he just didn't want to fulfill going out to Fort Lyon. And so the prosecutor said, Judge, if he pleads guilty, I want to simply give him a jail sentence. And that defendant asked me, he said, look, I just want to plead guilty and serve some jail and be done with this case. So that's when we use it. I don't want people to get the impression that that's a regular tool. It is the last line of defense, and it's really only, most of the time, it's just part of a plea offer where the prosecutor says, offer 1 is this, a jail sentence. Offer 2 is do these other things, engage with mental health partners, engage with Naropa, come to our community court with a PR bond. If you're willing to do those things, then you can earn dismissal of these cases. But there are people out there who will not do that. And those are the people who I still feel it's appropriate. And when I say long jail sentence, it varies. Sometimes a long jail sentence in my mind could be 10 or 15 days. That can be a long time for a defendant. 90 days is the most that we can ever impose. The challenge that we face is that when someone gets a less than 45-day jail sentence, they aren't eligible for certain programs at the jail. So we're always trying to figure out how do we make them eligible for some mental health counseling programs that might be there. If there's an addiction program that they could start at least while they're in custody, then we might impose a 45-day jail sentence. I also tell our public defenders that if I do impose a jail sentence, if the defendant changes their mind at any time, you can file a motion with me to amend their sentence. I would much rather release them from custody once they're ready to commit to a program. And so this is really a last course option, but it's an intricate process, and there's a lot that we have to think about as we go through it. So, and if you have a follow-up, and then I'm happy to hear it.
I don't have a follow-up. I just want to say thank you for that explanation. It's really helpful, and I understand some of the challenges in dealing with the criminal justice system, that getting a longer sentence somehow get people services. That's hard to hear, right? But that's the reality of a criminal justice system. It's not fair. It's not right. We have to find ways to change that at the state level, but that's the tools that you have, which is not a fair tool. But thank you for your explanation. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that comment, Counselor. And we are working in that executive group to think about some of those changes that could be made out there, particularly within the jail. If they had more resource themselves, then they could have more programs for people. Because my goal is to, while they're in custody, let's get them ready when they come out so that they can be really self-sustaining. And if not self-sustaining, they can go to a program like Tribe or somewhere like that, where they can achieve a better outcome. So that's my goal. I want to make sure council knows that my philosophy is much in line with that goal.
Thanks, Junie. I think that's the end of your questions. Yeah. Bob, you're up.
Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Judge Khan. That was really, real helpful. I want to make sure I understand the distinction or differences between the two types of, you did a good job of kind of describing two types of situations. One kind of seemed to be focused on students and crimes that they might commit, and then the other was the community court.
Right.
Is there, well, I missed the name of the one that's kind of student focused. Do you have a name for that?
We don't really have a name for it. We call it our fast track program for the fall. And that's only because we're trying to get them in quicker, but it's always linked to see restorative justice. So those quality of life violations that we see that are committed by that, and it's not just college age, but as a general rule, the noise disturbances, the nuisance parties that occur in the fall is that group of college age students. And so we see them in court. There isn't a name for it. It's just an approach, and it's a restorative justice approach. We're trying to have them face the consequence of the behavior in a communal respect to develop a greater sense of responsibility and community as community members. And so that's why we designed, the prosecutors play a role in obviously offering the sentences, but we play a role in deciding what sentences we might impose and work with CU over years to develop that.
Okay, that was helpful. So let's just refer to it as restorative justice. Is there, it sounds like there was less restorative justice approach in the community court. Is that a first assumption? Sounds like there's a lot of like getting ID cards and social security cards, but how much is restorative justice happens for crimes that appear before you in community court?
That's a really good question. And I would say in all candor, there's probably not a great restorative justice component to that. When I started as a judge, we had community service as an option for people. We would generally, if people came to court, we would order community service. And that's still the case. If we have a defendant with a lower level offense who comes to the court at 6th and Canyon, then we will definitely look at more traditional response, which would include the idea of community service. It doesn't have that sense of restorative justice because a lot of those offenses don't, but there is a component of that. We will also, the prosecutors look at this and they say, well, this looks like a good case for mediation. And we have community mediation services where an offender can get with a person who has been harmed by the behavior and actually meet that person, and they can work out a restorative justice approach to that. But that is not built in like it is with the student population. It's more of a case-by-case basis.
Who qualifies for community court? Is it the nature of the crime, or is it the type of person?
It's the nature of the offense. Now, I would say probably 95% of those people are unhoused, but it is the nature of the offense. So somebody who perhaps has just gotten into housing or has housing but has committed an offense like an open container of alcohol offense, they might still be eligible for a community court response. And then the prosecutor has to decide what they would want for them to do in order to get their case dismissed. Occasionally, they don't even get their case dismissed. Occasionally, they're put on a deferred prosecution or a deferred judgment where they have to plead guilty to a charge. But generally, the prosecutors will be looking at that on a case-by-case basis. But I would say at least 90 or 95% of the people who are eligible, because the type of offense that they're committing comes into that lower level, are probably unhoused.
Okay, so I'm going to unbundle that a little bit because I'm kind of struggling with that bit. So you listed a bunch of crimes or at least charges that would qualify for community court. You said public urination, camping, open container, that kind of list, right?
Yes.
So if a student had an open container, would they all qualify for a community court or not?
They might, although what typically happens is for anybody who's under 21 as a student, they're going to get an opportunity to have a deferred judgment, and they will actually a deferred prosecution when they come to court, and they'll be expected to complete an alcohol class in order to earn that dismissal. So it's slightly different, and we found that we want to tailor that to that student age population where it's not necessarily a dismissal for them right off the bat. Although within a month that case is dismissed, we want them to take a class. We want them to interact with the judge. So we take a different approach with that student age population. But if a student got an open container of alcohol charge and they were over 21, for example, they have the option of coming to court. They also have the option, because it's a lower level offense, if there's the officer can say, I'm going to make this not a mandatory appearance, and it's a pay and close eligible charge. So somebody might be able to pay $100 fine and be done with the case. Some will come to court because they want to discuss that and they're concerned about a record from pleading guilty to anything. And so that they may come to court, and then they'll work with the prosecutors. But it doesn't necessarily have to fall in line with the community court model. And I don't really see the prosecutors directing them to, okay, I want you to get an ID, because that really isn't what the student needs. So they're not working on stability factors with those individuals. They're working on other factors with those students. So it doesn't fit very well for the student population.
Okay, let's take it out of let's take the under 21 off the table, because I understand why you treat them differently, but I'm still trying to understand the difference in treatments, because there seems to be some disparity here. So let's have apples to apples crimes over 21. So we're not going to make any distinctions there. So we have three different people who commit the exact same crime. One person's a 22-year-old student, one's a 42-year-old housed person, and one's a 42-year-old unhoused person. Will they all end up in the same court and be subject to the same consequences, community service, restorative justice, and all those things? Or are you going to make distinctions based upon whether they're a student, whether they're housed, or whether they're unhoused? Same crime.
So I don't make the distinction, but the prosecutors could make that distinction. I think it's fair to ask that question, because I think it's possible that 42-year-old person with the open container of alcohol charge who comes and sees a prosecutor, if they appear in court, they're not likely to appear at community court, because that is where that's where the unhoused people go. They're going to Deacon's Closet at Trinity Lutheran. But somebody who is housed is likely to come to court physically at 6th and Canyon. And if they want to talk to a prosecutor, they will. Any case is eligible for the community court model. So it's up to the prosecutors to decide. But I haven't broached that question with our prosecutor as to whether, in fact, he would say, okay, this person's 42. If they would like to do X or Y, then I will dismiss the case. Now, having said that doesn't mean that they won't dismiss the charge. If it's a first offense for somebody, and maybe they were walking out of the stadium with a beer or something like that, and they have no prior record, I've seen a prosecutor say, Judge, I'm going to dismiss this because the person came to court, and I'm going to ask you to suspend a fine or to not even impose a fine. But they do have the authority to put them into the model. I don't believe there's any requirement that they be unhoused. I can't answer that because I don't know what Chris Reynolds in the prosecutor's office would say to that. And I will be honest, I haven't seen that. It's usually where they are offering something different, but a deferred prosecution for that individual with no conditions and asking me to waive the fee would have the same outcome for that defendant. So if you're concerned about having the same outcome, they can still make the same outcome for people with a deferred prosecution where the case just stays open. And they could even ask me to close the case at that point. Or if a person attends a class, I've seen them a lot of times reset the case and say, if you'll come back after you've attended a level 1 alcohol class, for example, I'll dismiss the charge outright. So there can still be a similar outcome. They just wouldn't be funneled to this process where they're meeting with navigators and going through a process that might not really be fulfilling of what their needs are.
This sounds like it's the prosecutor's decision, so maybe I should ask my question of Teresa.
It is, and I don't want to.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. So maybe,
question, but they ultimately have to.
I'd still like to get to the bottom of this, since we're supposed to be talking about this tonight. So let's see if we can get these questions answered. Teresa.
So Councilmember Yates, could you repeat?
Sure. It kind of sounds like from what Judge Kahn is describing is community courts kind of for unhoused people and regular courts for housed people. Is that a fair assessment, or can anybody, same crime, can anybody go to either community court or regular court based on what the prosecutor determines?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I would not distinguish them that way. Instead, what I would say is there are 8 kinds of offenses that qualify for community court. And if someone has one of those types of offenses, they can participate in community court. That may or may not be a helpful approach, but for example, someone could be housed and still need help getting an identification or applying for medical benefits. And so part of what the prosecution team is trying to do is assess what avenue might be most helpful to a defendant.
So how's does the prosecutor sit down with the person before they go to court and make a determination? You're going to go to regular court and you're going to go to community court. How do they make that determination?
Not necessarily. Go ahead, Judge Kahn.
I can answer that one. When a defendant gets a summons, they come to court and then they're advised of their rights. And then during my advisal, I let them know that they have the option of speaking with one of the prosecutors. So it's during the court process. They've initially been advised, but then before they make a decision on their case, if they want to talk to a prosecutor, they can. And then the prosecutor, and it does happen fairly regularly, as Teresa mentioned, that a prosecutor will say this person is eligible for a community court response. Mm-hmm. And they may, in fact, be housed. And so it doesn't necessarily.
That has happened.
Yeah, that's happened fairly regularly, actually, where they might be housed, but still need some other assistance. And we have people who we got housed and then who pick up another ticket or camping or a littering or something like that. And as it turns out, they lost their ID, so we no longer have an ID. So the prosecutors might make that available to them. The person who doesn't have that instability, I think, is what you were designing the question for. Is what if they don't have some instability related to their identification or benefits and things of that nature? Are they still eligible for a community court response? Is that right?
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to understand what criteria it sounds like this is not the judge's decision, it's the prosecutor's decision. So, Teresa, is it written down someplace? The prosecutor says, we're going to score you, and if you meet these certain criteria, you're going to go to community court, and other criteria, you're going to go to regular court. How's that decision made?
Community court is always an elective process. So right. So no defendant is required to participate in community court. It is my understanding that the prosecutors instead look to see if the offense qualifies for community court.
And what are those qualifications?
I'm sorry, I don't have that list in front of me tonight.
Could you get that to us? That would be really great if you could get the qualifications to us. It sounds like community court's an easier thing. Like if I get charged with a crime, I'd rather be in community court because all I have to do is get a Social Security card. I'm not sure what I do with the Social Security card, but I guess I could get one and get off the hook, as opposed to regular court where I might have to do restorative justice and I face other penalties. So it seems like community court's kind of a softer thing. So I'm trying to understand how the prosecutor makes the decision who to divert to community court, where it sounds like it's a pretty cushy thing, as opposed to regular court, which is probably a little bit more serious circumstances. Because we got kids going to regular court, fast tracking and doing community service, and then we got people going to community court who are getting Social Security cards for whatever reason. And I just would like to understand how the prosecutor makes that determination. If you could get that to us, that'd be really great.
Sure, I'd be happy to. And I don't know, Judge Kahn, I'll look to you also to see if you happen to have a list handy of those 8 categories that qualify for community court.
Actually, it's in the PowerPoint. So if Emily will put it back up, I can show you.
No,
that's not the criteria you're talking about.
That's not the criteria we're talking about. The crimes are easy. I'm trying to understand when one of those 8 crimes is committed, how does the prosecutor decide you're going to send these people to community court and these people to regular court? I think
we are not sending anyone anywhere. I want to be very clear about that.
You're allowed. Can anyone go to community court that wants, as long as they commit one of those 8 crimes?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so why would anyone not go to community court then?
Can I recommend, Bob, that maybe this go a little bit offline for future?
Well, sure, but
just only due to time, not trying to.
No, I appreciate that, Rachel, but there's a lot of community frustration about community court and a lot of lack of understanding, including by me. And so I really would appreciate it if Teresa, this is probably not a question for Judge Kahn, but Teresa could explain to the community what community court is, who gets to go there, how the prosecutors make decisions, and how are the consequences different in community court from regular court, because this is a very, very big point of contention. I'm glad we're having this discussion, and but Teresa, this is really pretty more on you than Judge Kahn. If you'd share that with the community, maybe through a hotline, that'd be great.
So that is that's an answer that should be readily available. I don't believe it requires a nod. No, sorry, just thinking out loud, right? Because we've got one council member requesting something, so I want to make sure that's makes sense, and it does here because it's information we have. We're not having to do additional work or research. So we're happy to provide that. We could do that as a hotline. We could do that as an IP.
I think a hotline would be great so the rest of the community can see that. Thanks, Teresa. I appreciate it. Thanks, Rachel.
Yep. Thanks, Bob.
And if I can I just quickly say something? Because Councilor Yates, I think it's really important, and I mentioned this to our prosecutor, that we come back, he and I come back on another date so that some of these more in-depth questions can be asked, because I think they are fair questions. And I want to be able to supply answers for everybody.
That would be great, Judge Kahn. I appreciate that very much.
And I was remiss, I'm sorry, Councilmember Friend, as I jump in, but I was remiss in saying that in the beginning, that we have thought and we've heard from you that you'd like to hear a little bit more about how municipal court works and getting a little bit deeper. So we will be planning that in the future, particularly as we're doing some continuing onboarding post-election. So know that we've got that in our thoughts.
Thank you, Nuri.
Teresa, I see your hand up again.
Yeah, in which case I would like to ask for a clarification, because the fact of the matter is a conversation is typically more illuminating and helpful than a hotline post. And so could we instead plan a time where we can come back to council and have that conversation?
Well, let me make a suggestion, Teresa, because it sounds like, and I understand entirely what Nuria said, that the conversation may not be able to happen until early next year. And that's fine. I understand that the council's calendar is pretty full between now and the end of the year. But I think there is a lot of community confusion, questions, concerns, misunderstandings around community court. And if this is something that the prosecutor does every day of the week, he literally just pulls it off his computer and you put it on hotline post. So I just suggest let's do a hotline post soon, since it's information that's readily available to you all. And then let's have the conversation that Nuria suggested.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And I would just add for that conversation that I won't be here for, maybe it would be helpful to have the county sheriff and the prosecutor here to answer questions about overcrowding and what gets, what's in whose lane and other questions that council members have, so that everybody will be there for one conversation and we won't have to get back on stuff. Judge Khan, did you have something else to add as well?
No, I'm just happy to answer the questions. So as they come
All
in,
right.
I appreciate them.
Thanks. We have a couple more questions. Nicole, you're up, and then Tara.
Thank you. And thank you, Judge Cotton, for this really informative presentation, as well as for helping to keep the court's vote steady through all these staffing transitions. I know that's not an easy thing to do, and thank you for your leadership there. I just also want to know, I really appreciate the court's partnership with some of the other groups that are providing supportive services, not just at CU with restorative justice, but also some of the local transitional housing and sober supportive housing programs too. I heard recently that we were able to recommend and get somebody admitted to the Other Side Academy in Denver, which is really great. And, I think to Bob's questions, it seems like we don't always have the resources to do restorative justice and these more intensive, involved, transitional housing, sober supportive housing things, but we can certainly do more when we're partnering with others. So thank you for all of that. Excuse me, to this question that Bob had about who uses community, getting some more information on community court, and when people are using it versus not. What I would be interested in seeing in that is if we look at the people who are coming in with those 8 offenses that might open up the possibility of community court, of those people, who is using community court, who is not using community court for the offenses. And I don't mean individual names, just like this many people. There were 10 people who came in with these offenses. 5 of them used community court, 5 of them didn't, just so we have a sense of, what's the volume in each bucket. And then I would also be really interested, just based on the recidivism numbers that you showed and how effective community court seems to be in reducing recidivism, especially as it is getting people into housing. What are the outcomes for the people in each of those buckets as well? Does that make sense? So, are we seeing, if of the people who come in with one of these 8 offenses, of the ones who use community court, do they have a much lower recidivism rate than the ones that don't use community court? Does that?
I think it does. And obviously I'm going to be speaking anecdotally, but I can follow up with a hotline post for that as well. But anecdotally, if someone is not engaged with community court, the big issue here is that if someone gets a summons for any of those 8 offenses, it's typically someone, as I mentioned earlier, who's unhoused. And that person is really unlikely to show up to our building for court. And so there's a certain percentage of people who do appear at Deacon's Closet and just happen to be there. And then they realize, oh, there's a navigator, there's a prosecutor, and the prosecutors will say, hey, look, if you'd like to talk about your case that you've got pending, we can talk to you about that case. And so for those people who engage with us, there's anecdotally, again, a higher percentage of those folks will get less offenses going forward because they have that engagement. They are showing a little bit of commitment to try to resolve the issue that they have. That other group that I talked about earlier, which are the folks who don't want to engage with us, they get a ticket for camping and they don't appear in court. And then they get another ticket for camping and they don't appear in court. And they could rack up several tickets in a row for that and be unwilling or unable. Sometimes people are simply psychologically unwilling or unable to come through the building. They may have a backpack that they can't leave outside because it might get stolen, or they've got a mental health disorder that doesn't want them to walk through that door because they feel trauma when they come through. And so, but there's also people who just simply don't want to come to court and they're afraid of the consequence. They don't want to deal with their behavior. And those people are completely disengaged from us. And so those, obviously, there's a higher recidivism rate for those individuals. We don't have the ability to engage them if they don't come to court. And because of the challenges with the jail booking standards, if we issue a warrant and the warrant isn't honored and we don't have them at the jail, we can't hold them accountable. So that's one way you can reduce recidivism, is to have an accountability for that type of behavior. But without that back end accountability for those people who won't engage, you're going to have a higher recidivism rate. But I will follow up and try to get some data so to give you that, and see what we'll probably be looking at cases where everybody who's been issued any one of these 8 violations, how many of them were entered into the community court process, and how many cases did they have following that versus those people who didn't. And I might be able to break that down. It'll take a little effort, but I think our staff can probably do that and present it in a hotline post.
Okay. And I saw Teresa starting to come off mute there too, possibly to chime in on something that is there anything I was doing or saying that was heading us in a wrong direction, Teresa?
No, not at all. I was simply going to say that I don't know that that's information that we have as the prosecution.
Mhm.
But it sounds like Judge Khan's got that in hand.
I think we could probably run some reports to secure that information.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think it would be helpful. And I think, this point you're making as well, Judge Khan, about how when we go to people and meet them where they are and try to engage them in things that are going to help get them to housing, that actually makes our lives easier in the long run, because we're not just issuing tickets without any real impact. And I just had one other question. It's just around, I think I'm still a little bit confused on what types of things we deal with in the municipal court versus what types of things would be happening at the county or the state level. So does processing kind of all tickets and offenses start at the municipal court? So if there's an assault charge, for example, does that start with us? Can we change it? Do we have a choice in what we do with that? If there's any way of summarizing that in a couple sentences, that would be helpful. Thank
I'll do the
you.
best I can. It's a very good question. It was part of something I thought I might address in this presentation, so I'm glad you raised it. We handle misdemeanors only. We do not have jurisdiction over felonies, and there's a lot of misdemeanors that we also don't have jurisdiction over. But felonies are, for example, a second-degree assault, first-degree assault, murder, robbery, burglary, all of those things, we do not have jurisdiction, so those can't even be filed in our court. And that includes all higher-level drug offenses. Marijuana is the only drug offense that our court actually handles, aside from alcohol. So fentanyl, methamphetamines, whether it's possession or distribution, those are all state-level charges which can't come to our court. So we don't have the ability to say, well, you're going to come to our court first, and we're going to have a community court model where we deal with your mental health issues or your drug addiction issues for those higher level charges. We don't have that ability. That's all in the state court.
Thank you very much.
Nicole, Tara, you're up.
So, Judge Khan, I want to say that anything that you think is too long of a story of my probably 6 questions, you could just say, let's do it in the next meeting, okay? Because I have 6 questions.
It's your time, and I'm happy to do whatever you
Well,
want to.
I don't want to get Rachel mad at me, so there's that.
Say, Tara, you take the time that you need. We are due to stop this at 7:30, and that included all of Maris's presentations and our questions and answers
Okay.
as well.
All right.
No.
So my first question is I think you just answered it, but let's say that I'm riding my bike through the underpass and somebody is smoking meth or shooting up or whatever. Is that allowed now? Because let's just say that I'm walking into the municipal building and people are just smoking meth outside and right outside the municipal building. So I'm just wondering, did the state change the law and now anything goes, or what's happening out there?
So I'm sure Maris can respond to that question, but obviously it's not legal. Open possession of a controlled substance of that nature is illegal. And so it's just a matter of how those folks get prosecuted from a police department perspective initially, and then where they end up.
Right, but that's not you, right? Because it's not alcohol.
None of it comes to our court. Yeah.
Okay, so let's move on.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nicole, for talking about the Other Side Academy, which I was just looking at the brochure today. I just want to thank you for working with them. I think it's great. That's not a question, but a comment. Okay, next question. You talked about the 48-hour rule.
Yes.
So the most people can be in is 48 hours. would you say that most of the time people are let out same day, even though this has nothing to do with you? The community, so many people in the community were pretty upset, including the unhoused in the community, when somebody who stabbed another person was let out the same day. Remember that case?
Absolutely.
So when can you just be, are those the new rules now? Anything goes and you're just let out same day, or what's that about?
So, and again, keep in mind that that defendant was given a charge in the state court. They
Right.
have different parameters. I thought I read that, maybe I have it confused with a different case, but I thought it was 48 hours, but it's sort of irrelevant. That's a pretty short time for somebody who's committed a very significant charge.
Right.
And I don't think that's the automatic. It's a pretty engaged process that a county or district court judge has to go through looking at the statute. I can't speak for what they would do because it is a different approach and they have different rules that govern as far as whether they're eligible for a PR bond. But you know, with the way the bond reform has gone is, and because of the jail booking standards, they're still put up against it as well. The district court has some of the same challenges that we have is, who do I want to be in custody right now? Do I want the person I've sentenced to 180-day jail sentence on assault charge, or do I want the person who has been alleged to have committed offense? And so obviously in the perfect world, there would be, if someone has committed an offense, they can be in custody. And if there's probable cause to believe they have committed a crime and they have a failure to appear history, that person could be held. But just as an outsider looking in, I was surprised to see that person was released so quickly. And yet part of me was not entirely surprised, because I don't know what that district court judge or that county court judge was looking at or considering in connection with that person's history. So I'm not saying it's a blanket rule that they're out the next day. I think the people feel like that's what happens because they hear those stories, and it can be very challenging for the members of the community to hear that and to see someone commit another violation right away. I just don't have the
think for the unhoused community, I would be very nervous myself if I was in a lot of these crimes are committed against the unhoused community members. So it's making me very nervous how unsafe it's feeling right now.
Yes.
But I just, my next question is about consequences for behavior. And it's about the municipal court. So if you are, and I'm not saying it's bad or good, I don't have a value judgment, saying, okay, you get a driver's license, you're not going to have, we're going to take away your ticket. What is to say for like consequences of actual behavior? I'm pretty sure that getting your driver's license doesn't make somebody stop doing a certain behavior. So the whole concept to me of any court is to try to give consequences so the person doesn't keep committing illegal behavior. So what do you think about, what's your thought on that?
I think it's a very fair question. And again, perhaps we can dive into it a little more with some more statistics down the road. But one of the things that you should keep in mind is that for some of these people, what we do as a consequence doesn't actually change what they do next. I sentenced one woman for 20 years with open container charges, and I gave her ranges of sentences from 2 days to more, and it never changed her behavior. She was out doing it again. Once we got her housed, she stopped the behavior. She didn't stop drinking. She stopped the behavior in public. And so yes, it's true, we're probably not imposing a consequence to that person for drinking in public on those. We're looking at it from how do we balance the goals of the community? How do we get this behavior to stop? If the goal of the consequence is to stop the behavior, it doesn't work very well with these folks who are on kind of the lowest level of the hierarchy of needs. They're really not thinking when they're mentally health challenged out in the community, whether that beer is going to change their outcome of going to jail. It's not what they think at that moment.
Right.
And so that's what we've learned over a long stretch of time, is that we've got to find another way to stop the behavior. So sometimes there isn't a consequence. And I totally appreciate that, because I was a prosecutor for a number of years, and part of my built-in mechanism is how come there's not a consequence for accountability. But I've learned over time that that's really a hard one to get at with people who aren't operating in that same way.
I mean, that makes sense, which is going to have discussion later on when we talk about what to do with that extra money, a whole nother story. But so I have another question now about trespassing. You said some types of trespassing. I'm not concerned about the alcohol container as much as I am as trespassing is something that affects other people. right? So if somebody is trespassing in somebody's house or facility or lying down in front of a store, it affects, there's victims involved. And so that's where I'm thinking about consequences, to be honest.
Right. And so that's a fair question as well. And then one of the unique things about trespass is there are multiple types of trespass. There's one trespass ordinance, one part of the ordinance where if someone has received a written notice not to go somewhere, if they've been advised in writing, then that charge has a state counterpart. And that's a big deal for us because if it's got a misdemeanor state counterpart, then they can be held in custody on a bond longer than 48 hours. And so that's part of the calculus that goes in for a prosecutor, in my view, is, okay, I've got this person who I don't have to dismiss their charge because they were told at this location, for example, a store on the Pearl Street Mall, you can't be here. And the officer in writing gives them an affidavit of trespass, you can't come back. And then they come back, that violation of that written notice has a state counterpart, which allows when they are issued that summons to be held in custody if they fail to appear. And all of this is based on the fact that these people probably won't come to court and there'll be a warrant out. And so we're looking at how do we actually consequence them at some point. And the consequence can be imposed if they're held at the jail. All right, this person, I can't if they plead guilty, because now they're more likely to plead guilty, right? If they face the possibility of being held until their trial, they're more likely to say, yes, I'm going to plead guilty. And then the judge can, if they plead guilty, then can impose a sentence like, you can't go back here, or you're going to serve a long jail sentence, or you're going to get some jail time because you did this and you've done it multiple times. And when Counselor Joseph was asking that question, that was the example of a person who's like, yes, that person needs to have a jail sentence because they are disrupting the community and they've done it over and over again, despite the fact that we've tried to get them to do something different. So I agree with you philosophically as to how you approach that. You just have to work through the practical limitations that we have.
I mean, if we're not putting people in jail for stabbing, why do I doubt we're going to put them in jail for trespass? But that's just me. But anyway, moving on to my next question. Rachel, I'm trying to keep it moving. I might be actually, okay. I know in Matt's hotline, he did ask you some questions. My question to you would be, would it help you to have some sort of sober living or housing after leaving jail? Because we're all worried about recidivism rate here in this council. And to me, that will be one of our big needs. But I want to know if it's your big need.
Boy, am I glad you asked that. I was hoping someone would ask me what I need. It is a big need. We absolutely need places where I have the ability to tailor my sentence. So if I give someone, let's say 45 days of jail, but I tell them, hey, if you're willing to go to the Tribe Recovery House and you're willing to fulfill that program, as soon as you agree to do that, I can suspend the rest of your sentence on the condition that you complete that program. So we need the places, we need the wraparound services, we need the ability for them to succeed when they do come out of custody, or if they're at community court, for example. And some of the people that we're trying to house, they aren't a great fit for just an apartment because they don't succeed in that apartment. So we're really working hard, and the HHS folks are the experts here, but I think there's agreement across the board that we need more of that. And
okay, so we're not going to get a lot of jails. Making sure we don't have enough of that. Would you say that's true? Okay.
Some's coming online and we're getting better with it, but we need a lot of it. Absolutely.
We need a lot of it. Yeah. Okay, good. And I think my last question, everybody's going to be so happy. Once the alternative sentencing facility is open, do you think that's going to be help the overcrowding, or is this outside of your purview?
Well, it's outside of what I've thought about. I gave it some thought in the last week or so, but I just don't know enough about how that's going to be utilized. Everybody wants to use the $5 that you guys get in 16 different ways. And so when we're thinking about allocating resources that are going to be at the jail, I'm sure there's all kinds of individuals and entities who have an idea of what they're going to use that for. So it is a good question for me to raise with our prosecution team as well as the jail to see what options are going to be available out there when it does get completed. But I don't have a good answer. I would love for there to be more bed space for our defendants. I know our prosecutors have at least talked about the possibility of having a certain number of beds allocated for us at the jail or at the alternative facility. I think when you think broad long-term on this, having housing that keeps people out of jail in the first place, where they don't have to be monitored by armed folks is going to be a better long-term solution for a lot of this.
Mhm. But wouldn't you say, and this is the promise, I promise, Rachel, this is my last thing. The Other Side Academy, the only way somebody would want to probably go there is, let's say, because of human nature itself, is if that you give them the option, you either go there or you go to jail. So in some sense, we have to, and to Junie's point, I guess, right? To some sense, we have to say, well, you're going to go to jail. We have to have jail as an option to be able to push people to get treatment in many cases. That's just my thought.
I agree with that. I don't,
Okay.
I think that's why I point out that practical limitation, because we need to have a lot of our really hard folks, the toughest ones, the ones who aren't looking for housing, but are just happy what they're doing,
Yeah.
won't even engage with us unless they feel like there's going to be a consequence. And so that consequence usually is jail. Nobody really likes to be in jail, despite what people think. Most people don't want to be there.
Yeah.
Even when it's cold, they'd rather be outside.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks, Rachel, for your, thanks, Judge Khan, for your help. Thanks, Rachel, for your flexibility / patience.
Yeah, it's our communal time here, Tara. I'm just saying, I'm not going to take total responsibility that this is going to be a long evening. Okay, thank you so much, Judge Khan, for answering all of our questions. There were no questions to us, so I think that brings us to the end of this, unless Aaron, you want to say some words. You're, I think, the only person who didn't ask any questions. Is that right? You're welcome to.
No one's ever called somebody out for not asking a question before. I don't, that was very informative. I'm happy to move on to the next item.
I wanted to give you the opportunity before, because usually we do discussion. I'm saying let's not do discussion. Let's move on to part 2 if you're okay with that, Aaron, and have nothing to ask.
And I will remain. I'll be here. So if questions come up tonight during one of the other presentations, I'll be here.
Perfect. Okay, back over to City Manager to introduce the second half of this presentation.
Thanks so much. And I will go quickly and call on our chief to kick us off.
Good evening, Mayor Brockett. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Wallach, and good evening, members of council. My name is Maris Harold. I'm the police chief. Presenting with me tonight is going to be Deputy Chief Redfern, and we have Dr. Reinhardt on backup if we have data questions as well. Next slide. You can go to the next one. So tonight we'll quickly go through, I'll try to get back on schedule here. We'll quickly go through citywide crime trends and how we are focusing our resources into the geographic locations in the city with a high density of crime and calls for service. But we will spend tonight some considerable time talking about significant incidents that have occurred in Boulder in the last couple of months that have garnered a lot of community attention and media attention as well. We'll finish up by showing you some of the partnering with the community on problem-solving projects and work with the community that we find is beneficial for everyone. Next slide. Just as a reminder, we are operating with a stratified policing model and accountability model. BPD monitors citywide problem locations and which are located within these identified problem areas. We also are looking constantly for crime patterns, such as catalytic converter thefts, motor vehicle thefts, bike thefts, and develop crime prevention strategies to address these types of crimes. Next slide. What you're looking at here is 5 years worth of data starting from January through August. A lot of the increases we're seeing is seasonal, but they are significant and they are concerning. So if we look at the left-hand side of the graph, we're looking at violent crimes from 2019 to 2023. We are seeing significant increases in violent crime. And this is being pushed mostly because of simple assaults and aggravated assaults. We are also seeing significant increases in menacing charges. And this is where people argue and make threats against each other. The positive news on the violent crime is that we're seeing significant reductions in robberies in 2023 compared to 2022. If we look over to the other side of the graph, property crime, we're seeing significant increases, and this is being pushed mostly by thefts, personal thefts from people, but also business thefts as well. The good news is from 2020 to current, we are still seeing 48% reduction in motor vehicle thefts, mostly because of our tremendous focusing on this specific problem. We also see society crimes, or what I like to call quality of life concerns. We're also seeing moderate increases in quality of life concerns, mostly driven by drug offenses in Boulder. Next slide. I think there's another slide as well. Emily, if you can push. So when we look at Boulder, and I've presented this many times, but it's always good to review. When we're looking at the geography of Boulder, we really see that crime is heavily concentrated both in the downtown corridor and the University Hill area, with slight concentration at the 28th Street Mall, mostly driven by property crime and thefts from stores. Next slide. Next slide, Emily, sorry. I wanted just to spend a second, because it is such community concern, and I know it's a concern of council. We are really in an epidemic with overdoses in Boulder, and we continue to see a tremendous amount of drug trafficking. In fact, our drug and narcotics violations are up 79% from last year, which is really alarming. And so if you just look at these two neighborhoods, downtown and the Hill, you will see that 40% of all overdoses that have occurred in 2023 are from those two small neighborhoods, and 60% of all fatal overdoses in 2023 are contained in these small neighborhoods. Unfortunately, fentanyl played a factor in the overdoses and fatal overdoses. So from January 1st of 2023 to August 28th of 2023, these two small areas experienced 93 total overdoses. 13 were fatal, 80 were non-fatal. The vast majority of these are fentanyl, sometimes mixed with other drugs as well. I would hate to see, if our police officers weren't responding so quickly to these overdoses, we would probably have a lot more deaths, because of all our officers are equipped with Narcan. But unfortunately, what we're seeing is our officers are deploying Narcan really on a daily basis, if not more than once, and sometimes 3 to 5 times a day, the overdoses that we're seeing. At one point last month, we had to stage an ambulance in Central Park because we were experiencing so many fentanyl overdoses. And so at this point, I am going to turn it over to Deputy Chief Redfern, who is going to go through some presentations on current projects, and then talk about some of these significant incidents that we have seen in the last couple months. Deputy Chief Redfern, you're up.
Council, Mayor Brockett, I'm going to talk really quickly about a couple of our problem locations. As we've shared with you in the past through our stratified policing program, we've been able to actually remove some locations from our focus area. We currently have 2 that we're still working on. One is the library, which is, as we knew when we started the problem, was going to be something that's not an easy fix overnight. I'm happy to say, though, we've had great partnership with library staff. We've done a couple really cool events with our police officers. We've done 2 community reading events with kids in the library that were very well received. Coffee with a Cop, and we tend to do more of these things. Our staff has gone out to train the new security staff that's been working in the library for a little while, and we continue to work with them. And then really, we're continuing our assessments to figure out any areas around the library that we can impact to make it less conducive to crime. So that's an ongoing project. We'll continue to provide you updates. Next slide, please. The next location we've talked about for quite some time on our updates to you is the Circle K at 14th and Canyon. It continues to be a problem location. They've actually been super cooperative for the most part and fixed a lot of the issues that we've pointed out to them that are causing issues there. What we've seen, especially since we've had a increased focus on encampments downtown, is Circle K kind of just tends to be a meat location where people just come and go. It's one of the only convenience stores there, open 24 hours most of the time. We're continuing to work with employees. There's a little bit of turnover there and management. And we're just trying to figure out what nearby we can also address instead of just focusing on the store. We've noticed, and we've been keeping data, that when we do directed patrols with our officers going by on varied times of day, crime goes down. When we remove those, it goes right up. So we're going to continue to have an increased presence there as we're able to. And then the chief and I have committed that if we don't have successes further, if there's issues, we're going to reach out to their corporate folks to see what other traction we can get there. Those are our two problem locations. I'm going to move in to talk about a number of significant incidents. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So I just want to highlight some of the things that have been going on with our police department since we've last provided an update to council. Many of these things, as the chief mentioned, have garnered media attention. I just want to give you a glimpse of some of the things that we've been working. There's a lot of significant events. We tried to pare this down to things that had impact, and we just wanted to provide some updates that you may have not heard yet. The first one I'll talk about happened in May. On May 25th, our officers were trying to locate a man who had a felony domestic violence warrant for his arrest. He had actually fractured facial bones in the victim, and he had actually got a hold of the victim and said, "I'm on my way over." She knew he always carried a gun. Our officers waited in the area in case he did show, and indeed he did. When they made contact with him, he threw an object at our officers, and instead of running away, he kind of walked away quickly while reaching into a little satchel that he had. Our officers deployed the taser to subdue him when he wouldn't show his hands, and that caused the subject to go to the ground. While on the ground, the subject was able to work through that taser and produce a handgun. We were determined during our investigation the subject fired a round from that handgun that narrowly missed striking one of our officers. Our officers did, as you know, return fire, and sadly the suspect was pronounced deceased at the scene. The Boulder County Critical Incident Team reviewed this case, as well as the District Attorney's Office, and the District Attorney determined that there was no criminal culpability on behalf of the officers. We do believe the officers' presence there likely saved that domestic violence victim from being harmed that evening. Next slide. This is a tragic case that got a significant amount of media attention. Just updating you a little bit with the charges. I'm not going to get into the details of this. I don't think it's appropriate just because of how horrible this case was, but we did investigate the first-degree murder of a small child that was a 2-month-old. We learned that the mother had left with the child, was possibly suicidal, and we had worked with our law enforcement partners to put out a bulletin. Our officers located the vehicle, and by the time they located the vehicle at the emergency room parking lot, our officers took custody of that child, ran him inside the hospital, but it was too late, and he was pronounced deceased. The mother was charged with multiple felony counts, as you'll see there. Just a really horrible case. I just want to provide you the update. Next slide, please. So this was an interesting case that also got a significant amount of media attention. On this date, back on July 25th, our officers located a stolen car near 30th and Iris. When they tried to stop the car, the female passenger stayed and she was arrested. The male ran on foot, somehow was able to scale on top of that Firestone that you see there. As soon as our officers tried to make contact with him, he said that he had a gun and intended to harm the officers. So a SWAT situation was conducted. It was a very hot day. We negotiated with him for several hours, got him things like Gatorade and other things that he requested, and eventually he willingly came down. As you'll see on the screen, he was on parole. He was charged with a parole violation. He was charged with distributing drugs, resisting arrest, and all kinds of other charges there. He is still in custody. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, in August, we had 2 fatal auto motorcycle crashes in the city. They were a very short proximity to one another. Both motorcycle riders were later pronounced deceased. Our traffic section investigated both and determined that speed was a factor. The speed of the motorcyclist was a factor in these crashes. We are working with city engineering as well as our traffic unit and our public information officer to figure out better ways to deal with speed, to deal with public campaigns, to try to address traffic safety, and we're focusing our enforcement efforts in locations where we're seeing a high number of vehicle crashes. Next slide. On this incident, we'll talk about this for a couple different times. So we had a subject that was sitting outside of the municipal building. There was an argument that ensued between 2 subjects, and the victim was stabbed several times. It was about noon during the day on a Friday. Our officers immediately responded. They placed a tourniquet on the victim's wounds, and he was taken to the hospital. Nearby, our officers located the suspect. He was taken into custody quickly. And then within 48 hours, he was charged with first-degree assault, which is the highest level of assault that you can be charged with. In 48 hours, he was given a PR bond and released. Next slide, please. But this is going to tie into what I just talked about. But in response to repeated overdoses, as the chief mentioned, in Central Park, and complaints from the community, we got with our Boulder County Drug Task Force, and we conducted an operation in Central Park. In one day, we arrested 7 people that were engaged in drug crimes in the open, including distribution of fentanyl. As part of that incident, we came into contact with the subject that I just mentioned that stabbed the person in front of the municipal building. He ran from our officers on 2 occasions, stole 2 different bicycles, and was located eventually in possession of large amounts of fentanyl. That's when we learned that he'd been given a PR bond and was out on those charges. He was arrested for these operations and still is in jail at this point on more serious charges, including the distribution of fentanyl. Next slide, please. Another very tragic case, and to be frank, one of the worst gruesome homicides I've seen in my time. On August 29th, it was a roommate on roommate disturbance. Our officers did an extensive investigation along with our detectives. When we arrived, we located a victim with multiple wounds. We were able to determine that the roommate inflicted those wounds. He was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder, different levels of murder for the same individual. Next slide, please. So this is an interesting case. This actually got international attention because it happened during the first CU home game. While we were having our football operations, we got called to a home on the hill where 2 young women were home and realized somebody was trying to get into their home. They provided a description. Our officers actually located the suspect trying to place stolen items into his car. He ran from our officers and got away. That happened 2 different times where he was spotted and almost instantly disappeared. And what we determined is he was going into unsecure residences that had been left open, where the majority of the people on the hill that day were either attending the CU game or watching it somewhere else. And so he was arrested. He was charged with 10 different crimes, including multiple burglaries. He had actually one point gone into an unsecure residence, stolen somebody's clothes, changed his clothes, shaved, changed his appearance. But our officers doing surveillance in the area were actually able to locate him and arrest him. Of note on that, following this incident, we've upped our focus on the Hill, especially with new students that may not be familiar with ways that they can better protect their property. We hang door hangers on unsecure homes, reminding people to take precautions and those sorts of things. Next slide, please. So this case occurred very recently and was also a very scary situation down in Central Park, as many of you are aware. I'll just mention briefly that we responded early 6 a.m. hour of a man in the park driving a vehicle, trying to run people over. Our officers arrived and located the car or the truck unoccupied. We eventually, through some area searches, located the suspect. We actually located him at the Circle K about an hour later. He was, based on our investigation, he attempted to run over multiple unhoused individuals. In fact, he had even run over some sleeping bags that, thank God, were not, didn't have people sleeping in them. So very, I don't know how, to be honest with you, we avoided having any injuries that day, but he was charged with multiple counts of criminal attempt murder, as well as vehicular homicide attempted, and he is in jail on $1 million bond at this time. Next slide, please. So as we do every time we provide you an update, unfortunately, we talk about bad things and crimes that our officers have had to investigate, but we also want to highlight a few things that we've done in the community. The first one, this summer, Chief Harold, myself, you see pictured there, and multiple officers engaged with Boulder Pride. It was a great day, lots of great feedback from the community, as you see, great pictures, and it was really a nice time there. The next thing we did over the summer was a youth academy. If you see that picture, the majority of the younger teens that were there were girls, and they wanted to come and learn about the police department. They went through a couple of weeks of different classes and trainings to see what it's like. It's a really early recruiting tool, but we had a great time with these youth that had really positive interactions with the police department. As I mentioned, in the next picture, you'll see library story time. That was a great event. We're going to continue to do those. Next, in August, we hosted the International Problem-Oriented Policing Conference. You'll see there some of us pictured with police officers from all over the place. We had 7 different countries that came to Boulder. Mayor Brockett actually did the opening for us, welcoming everybody to Boulder. was just a really great conference. As part of that conference, we had a contingent of Ukrainian police officers that were here in Boulder. We brought them into the police department for a couple of days. Through interpreters, we were able to sit down and really hear their compelling stories, and it was so impactful for so many of our officers. We sent them home with a lot of Boulder PD swag, and we hear from them on occasion. It just was really insightful to hear their stories. Next, you'll see a picture there. We had National Night Out. I know some of you came, council members. We really appreciate that despite the rain. We had a great turnout, did some booths with our partners at the fire department, OSMP, and other city entities. We've mentioned before K9 Astro that some of you were actually at her promotion ceremony or swearing in ceremony, I believe. I'm happy to share with you that over the last several weeks, Astro and her handler have gone through extensive training to be able to detect explosives, firearms, and spent shell casings. About 2 weeks ago, Astro graduated and is now a fully certified explosives dog in the state of Colorado. She has actually been out on the street already. She's been out at the Stampede and other events, sniffing the area where we have a high public amount, just ensuring that no devices are there to harm people. She's a great PR tool. I'm also very excited to share that we chose Officer Caitlin Donahue to be Astro's handler. Caitlin happens to be our one and only first female SWAT operator, and she was also through a competitive process chosen to be Astro's handler. So it's a really great combination there. And then last, I'll talk about the Spanish First Dinner we held here at BPD. We, as part of reimagining policing to engage better with our Hispanic community, we had a dinner here where we invited many Hispanic members of the community in. The cool thing was, including my pretty bad Spanish, the entire dinner was done in Spanish, and we interpreted that into English. We had great feedback. In fact, you heard from some of the folks that attended that dinner at our reimagining policing meeting that we presented to council. Next slide, please. I just wanted to mention this last slide because last week was Women in Policing Day, National Women in Policing Day, and we recently put together this great graphic that just highlights all of the great women, including the chief front and center that we have here, and a list of where they are assigned. As you know, we have engaged in a 30 by 30 initiative, and we are well above the national average, and we just took some time to celebrate our partners here as well. I believe that's the last slide. If you next. Oh, I will highlight this as well. I forgot this in here. I apologize. This recent article last week published in the Washington Post. So a great article for highlighting Boulder Police. And as you can see, the title was "One Simple Fix for Our Broken Policing System: Hire More Women." This article highlighted several of our officers. They came out from Washington Post and wrote along. They're going to continue the story. So just a really neat story. I would encourage you to take a look. Next slide, please. As a reminder, our crime dashboard link is there. It's publicly available. You can look at crime in your neighborhood. You can do all kinds of neat things. It's interactive. It'll allow you to kind of get a better glimpse of what's going on in your area. With that note, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Back over to me.
I think it's back over to you, Council Member Friend.
Thank you, Chief Harold and Deputy Chief Redfern, for all of those illuminating data points and information. I have a question. We'll start with questions, and no one else has their hand up yet, so feel free to pile in behind me, everyone. Mine is on, it also came up in the Muni Court in a session, but with the jail overcrowding, I guess maybe a multi-pronged question, are they using the same volumes as they did pre-COVID? So like whatever their capacity was in 2019, is that the same capacity as now? Are they overcrowded because there are more people in jail or because they're accepting less people at a time? Does anybody know?
Yeah, I'll try, and then Steve, jump in if I got the numbers wrong. What precipitated them going back to the near pandemic jail standards that they had was they reached 490 persons in the jail. Most of the backup is because of the state hospital not accepting people for competency trials. And then people, I believe there's between 60 and 80 people that are in the jail waiting for trials. And so you can imagine that's a backlog of people in the jail. But when it reaches 490, it just becomes unsafe for the jail staff. So yes, to answer your question directly, we are back at the same jail standards that we were at during the pandemic.
I mean, before pandemic, I'm just trying to understand, was that, was whatever number is their max now, was that always the number? Or did they implement some new numbers during pandemic and decided to keep it lower?
No, my understanding is, when they get to in the high four, like 460 to 490, that has always been considered high for them. And yeah, so they've never been at these kind of numbers, my understanding. Is that correct, Steve?
That's what has been shared. And one point that's consistently shared with us is that because of some of the mental health issues and addiction issues or withdrawal they're seeing, they cannot, the jail was designed to house more than one person in a cell. And they've shared with us that because of some of the issues they're seeing, they cannot do that due to in and amongst the inmates. So they have to, a lot of people they have to put in single occupancy, and they've even got people sleeping on the floor. And so that's part of why they can take the amount of people that.
Thanks for clarifying that. I think it probably is a concern for all of us when, as Tara mentioned, you know, you've got people who commit a stabbing and are out of jail shortly after that. We've also heard about things like people with several hundred fentanyl pills getting ROR the next day, or maybe not ever getting in. But is there a plan for some of the more serious crimes, people accused of serious crimes having spots in jail? Or is that just something that is going to be the way it is going forward, that we will not have a way to have people who are, you know, stabbing others in jail pending trial in our county? And I also, as I said earlier, I do think it would be helpful to have the sheriff and prosecutor come to the next meeting. So this may be better for them, but I won't be here then. I'm asking you guys.
They're great. They're great questions. And I think we're all so frustrated right now. We just had a meeting with the sheriff yesterday over these issues. Michael Doherty is frustrated. His team asked for high bonds, obviously, for people that have shown repeat behavior, and especially people that are violent. You see that some of the judges are releasing people on PF bonds or low cash bonds. So it's a frustrating time for everyone. And there's multiple reasons why this is occurring. But I do think it would be very helpful to really understand the complexity of what we're all experiencing right now, because I know the community's frustrated, I'm frustrated, and it is just an interesting time. And the drug explosion that we're seeing, it's really scary. It is really scary.
Thanks. So I will just add for that future conversation. I keep saying, like, we're the only ones who can fill potholes on city roads. Like, nobody else is allowed to do that. It's the same thing with the jail. That's a county purview, and only the county can do it. So when y'all have that conversation, it should be an interesting one, but only they can do it. Okay, next up is Aaron, and then Nicole, and then Mark.
Yeah, so thanks for those presentations and all that great information and all the work that you're doing, Chief Farrell and Deputy Chief Redfern. And just following up on what you said, Maris, like, I've talked to our district attorney and our sheriff and heard that frustration from them as well, right? And I do understand that we'll get some assistance when the alternative sentencing facility opens, hopefully in 2024 or something like that, but that's still ways off. But anyway, for a question, Maris, you mentioned that one type of crime that has gone down is the motor vehicle theft. And you mentioned attention had been paid in that area. I wonder if you just might address briefly, like, what attention has been paid that's helped with that particular problem.
Yeah, and Deputy Chief can chime in here because he's responsible for all the resources we put toward motor vehicle theft. Obviously, motor vehicle theft is a very dangerous crime. And what happens after people steal cars are sometimes scary in and of itself. Violence usually is attached to the motor vehicle theft. So we did put a lot of education. We put a lot of state resources as well. We had state investigators come down, do education, as well as help us with some sting operations as well. We also had a education campaign at our high location locations within the city where we would actually put notices on vehicles to say what kind of cars are being stolen at a, you know, at a high rate. And then we have, you know, cameras that are assisting us with identifying vehicle theft vehicles when we see them, so that we can respond and try to intervene in when cars are stolen. So it's a combination of all of those things. And Steve, I don't know if you want to add anything, but those are the main factors that we believe is driving down motor vehicle thefts. And maybe Dr. Reinhardt has some other facts as well.
I would generally echo the things that Chief Harold has said, with the addition of just the importance and the stress that we're putting on partnerships with local law enforcement agencies. And that's been a really big part, I think, of our response and understanding of the problem. When you see vehicles stolen in other jurisdictions that wind up in Boulder and vice versa, it's really important, just the open communication and partnerships that we have to foster.
That's great to hear, to the collaboration that's going on. We can't solve all of our problems alone, right? The more help we get, the better off we'll be. And just my follow-up or other question on that, you've been really impressed by your problem-oriented policing approach and how you're tackling problems like this. It was I really appreciated the chance to say a few words at the conference. That was an inspiring group of law enforcement professionals from across the world that was all working on these problems together. So what I ask is, so we've continued to see increases in some other forms of crime, as you outlined, like some types of violent crimes and property crimes. And what are you thinking are the next steps for applying these principles to start bending the curve down on those types of crime that are still on the rise to get that moving in the other direction?
Well, that's a great question, Mayor, and we do appreciate you coming and speaking. You were very popular with the Ukrainian officers because of your speech and in their language. You know, this is what I'd say. We are looking at locations that we know have a tremendous amount of high calls for service and reported crime. It really comes down to, the way I think about this is where the police focus and have the resources to problem solve, we see reductions in crime. And so whenever I hear people say that police don't count or they don't matter, really don't understand crime principles, because I can tell you that when we concentrate and we go through a problem solving process, we have reductions in crime. Right now, I would say that we don't have the resources to effectively address some of these other crimes that we're seeing. And I don't have the other tools working with me right now. So imagine a criminal justice system right now that is just not working holistically. And so when you look at some of the crimes, and I think the judge alluded to this in his presentation, when you look at some of the crimes that are driving what we're seeing in theft and simple assaults and menacing, these are crimes that people are receiving PR bonds, and there's no strategic deterrence on some of these crimes. And so I would argue, without the other mechanisms in the criminal justice system working, we are really in a game of high visibility. We are really trying to control crime with high visibility and crime prevention, and asking the community to protect themselves and work with us on crime prevention techniques, which I think we're doing a really good job. But if you look at these crimes that we're seeing that is pushing these general categories, you are seeing a system that is broken, and you are seeing a system that has high drug addiction, high mental health issues, and there is no help for us right now. So we really need to focus in on, we really need some transitional housing, we really need drug and alcohol addiction services, and we need deterrence on some of these lower level crimes. And that's what's really pushing these crime rates right now. And, you know, to have a municipal court system that really is not working to its full potential. I mean, when you think that a jail just says the municipal warrant system, we're not accepting that. That is so troubling. And we need all of these systems to work in tandem. And to say that you have a jail that won't accept people, and I've said this time and time again, you have to break the opportunity structure of repeat offenders or they will continue to offend. And so right now, the police department really is in a high visibility preventative stance with not a lot of help from the other mechanisms that are supposed to help. Does that make sense, Mayor?
It does. Yeah, thanks for addressing that, Chief. I appreciate it. That's
Thanks.
all I got.
Thanks, Aaron. Nicole, then Mark, then Tara.
Thank you. One of the things that looked like Judge Khan just kind of popped back up there. And I was just wondering, Judge, do you have any comments about the just sort of municipal court in relation to what the chief just said?
Sure, I agree with the chief. You know, I met with the deputy chief and the chief, and we've had this conversation, and it is really challenging. We've got a difficult system, and we need to have the ability to enforce our laws and have consequences for behavior when people don't come to court and that repeat behavior. So it's super challenging. I don't want to, you can't blame the sheriff. I don't think the chief is. I think we're just in a position where we just don't have what we need. And so I agree with her 100% on that issue.
Thank you. Very, very much hearing the need for more, especially mental health and behavioral health treatment kinds of services tonight. But thank you for the presentation. I just kind of wanted to shift directions a little bit. One of the things that I'm hearing a lot from community members are concerns about perceived increases in hate crimes and wage theft and domestic violence. And I was just wondering if we have any data on those crimes and how they're changing over time.
I don't know if we have, I know we have data. We could send this to you, Councilmember Spear. Dr. Reinhardt, are you prepared to talk about domestic violence? I know our identity theft is also seeing significant increases. But Dr. Reinhardt, do you have any hard data right now, or do we have to send that directly to council?
I think it would be best to wait and to send you more concrete information. What I would say right now is that we work really closely with the Safe House Progressive Alliance for Nonviolence. We work closely with SPAN. And we're in the process of looking further into how domestic violence situations, not just the count of them, but the severity of them, how they change over time. And so looking at the lethality assessment protocols and getting a better sense of that.
But as far as hate crimes, I will get you a 5-year trend on hate crimes. It's something that we track, and we're obviously put a lot of resources, investigative resources into hate crimes, as well as Deputy Chief Redfern has identified detectives to work with the DAs on specialized training and liaisons on hate crime information. We're glad to give you all that information, Councilmember Spears.
Thank you. Yeah, I would appreciate that. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Fine, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna have one more thing is that as of 3 months ago, I sit on Hate Free Colorado's board. So we meet once a month to discuss hate crime trends throughout the state of Colorado. Part of that is my role as LGBTQ liaison. We're training through the DA's office. We are training, as the chief said, detectives that will specialize in those complex hate crime investigations, help us actually better track those. So specific to hate crimes, we can definitely provide you more, but we're doing our best to better respond when those happen.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been hearing about some concerning graffiti that community members are finding and things like that. So I would love to have some information to give back to people that I hear talking about it. My excuse me, my other question is that it's my understanding that when we're looking at folks who are unhoused, typically the people who are also unhoused are the ones who are most often the victims of crimes committed by people who are experiencing homelessness. And in some of the severe incidents we saw, the stabbing, the truck driving through Central Park, they both seem like they're kind of in that direction. And I was just wondering if you could speak to that. Is it the case that most people who are victims of crimes by people who are unhoused are themselves unhoused?
I know Dr. Reinhardt is doing a big analysis. I think that we want to present next time to you on the victim offender overlap with the unhoused. But I would say that a significant amount of the crime against the unhoused is also committed by the unhoused. And what I really want to understand more, and I think through our research grant that we're working on, is I want to understand, women are often, the unhoused women are often victimized in these crimes. So I want to understand this much more in detail. I want to understand the connectivity between the unhoused and our community. But most certainly when we do see crimes with the unhoused, there is a strong victim offender overlap.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I will be very interested in those data as well about gender. I hear that a lot as well, just really horrific crimes being committed against some of the women who are living on our streets. And I think that to me is the sort of information that can be really helpful from a council policy perspective for us to think about, given we have limited resources to work on getting people housed and sheltered. Are there specific populations or groups that we can really try to target with the resources that we have as we're thinking about how to move forward with asking for additional resources, with setting up additional resources? So thank you. That'll be very informative.
If I could just say one thing that's also alarming right now, and Deputy Chief Redfern and I are starting to see some signs of human trafficking. And this is often seen when you see drug trafficking in cities. And unfortunately, Steve and I are starting to see some early warning signs that we are starting to have women that are trafficked by men. And this is very troubling to me. And it is usually seen because we have a huge influx of drugs and drug trafficking. And it's something that cannot be tolerated at all. And so when I speak of alignment, we really need to be aligned. This criminal justice system needs to be aligned on these issues, because I have seen human trafficking and the devastation of this in other cities, and I do not want to see it here in Boulder. If that's helpful as well, Councilmember Spears.
No, it really is. And it just makes me wonder, I don't know, I'm happy to put in a formal CAC request, but it seems like this may be something to have a conversation return to sooner rather than later. So maybe not, waiting 4 months or so, but if some of this data does become available sooner, but maybe we could try just to fit it in and see if there are some additional policy measures or something we could try to put in place to assist with this. I agree with you. I don't think any of us want to see any increases in that. So thank you for mentioning it.
Councilmember Wallach, you're up.
I will be brief. First, thank you, Police Chief Harold and Deputy Chief Redfern, for a sobering but insightful presentation. I just have a couple of quick questions. One of our community members, Jennifer Livovich, wrote to us warning of the dangers of a new drug combo called crank, which involves fentanyl with other drugs. Are your statistics on fentanyl use and increases inclusive of those cases, or is that a separate category as you compute it?
I'll let Dr. Reinhardt take that one. Dr. Reinhardt.
So basically, to answer your question, when there are overdose circumstances that involve polydrug use, or they involve something like that, like some kind of concoction that is fentanyl and other drugs or something like that, we generally do our best to document that. And so we have seen situations where someone will overdose with a combination of other, like prescription medication and fentanyl or other kinds of things.
Have you seen that which has been colloquially referred to as crank?
I can take that one.
Please.
Oh, Councilmember Wallach, there's a couple things here, and please understand I'm not trying to correct you, but what we are seeing is a problem with a newer drug called Trank.
I'm sorry, you're quite correct, Trank.
From my narcotics work back in the day, crank was a slang term for methamphetamine, but what we're seeing is
I'm sorry, Deputy Chief, you're faint. If you can get a little closer or speak. Yeah.
Okay, how about now? All right.
So a little soft and like a little bit lower volume.
Okay, I'm not sure how to fix that. I'll just try to talk louder. Trank is xylazine if you want to look it up, but it's basically a compound substance that's mixed in with heroin, fentanyl, or cocaine, and that's why it's so dangerous. It's a mixture, and it is responsible for making people kind of like the effects we used to see with PCP back in the day, and so it's really troubling. We have seen it in Boulder, thankfully not a lot, but it has showed up here.
Okay. Are there specific policy changes you'd want to see at the jail that would free up more beds? I mean, is there any solution down the road for this?
Well, I think the first thing that we really have to consider is, and I've had these conversations with District Attorney Doherty, I think that they need to get the people awaiting trial on a fast track, and whether that's looking at bringing in visiting judges, using judges that could listen to these cases. I'd like to see some of these people awaiting trial to be expedited. You know, I think that we need to take a hard look at some of the reforms that came after George Floyd. I think that, you know, I'd love to work with Councilmember Joseph on some ways to at least have people give an opportunity for our municipal court system to actually hold people until they can figure out what would be in the best interest of that person. And I think right now, what I'd love to see is mandated treatment beds that Judge Kahn was talking about, that, you know, judges would have an option of jail or treatment. And I think that we're going to be forced eventually to take a look at that. We have a severe problem with people, and we don't know what comes first, behavioral health issues or drug addiction, or both at the same time, but we have really little resources to deal with that. And I think that we need to work with the state. So we have, you know, 60 people that are waiting competency hearings, that they need treatment at the state mental health hospitals. They need to be transferred there. I think all of these issues need to be looked at, and we need to resolve them, but it's not going to just be Boulder. It's going to have to be the county and the state looking at these issues at the same time. We all have to be in alignment. Because we have some serious structural issues right now in our systems.
Are there any other things that you need as a department, other than this sort of more global structural resolution that would help you do your job?
Well, I think as we presented at the Reimagine plan, I think that at some point we need to take a hard look at how many police officers we have for the work that they have to do. That workload analysis was a historical look back. So it was asking, what do we need in 2020? And because of the complexity of work that changed, they recommended between 8 and 15 more police officers need to be assigned. I think that with what we are experiencing now, at some point, the city manager and the police chief will have to make a recommendation for additional police officers. And that's factual. I mean, at some point, we're going to have to look at the additional workload. If you just look at what our police department is doing for CU with the football, that's a tremendous amount of work to keep people safe in our city. So we're going to have to take a hard look at that, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate you asking the question.
Thank you. All right, that's what I have today. So.
Councilmember Weiner. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Mark. I guess. All right,
The
Terry.
first one is quick. What is the difference between simple assault and aggravated assault again?
Yeah, simple assault means that there were minor injuries without a weapon, and aggravated assault usually means serious injuries. And there was a weapon used as well. So whether it was a knife or a gun or a car.
And both are up, right?
Both are up.
So my next and last question will be, my actually only really big question is, I just want to ask you about bike theft right now. Is that up or down or the same, or?
Dr. Reinhardt, I know I asked you to look at that. Can you shed some light on that for me?
Yeah, absolutely. So bicycle theft is down right now this year. I think it's also worth pointing out that the Boulder Police Department engages with communication and engagement to engage the community basically on a monthly basis about bicycle theft specifically. And so as recently as August, we did some interviews like with the Daily Camera to let folks know about some of the hotspot locations, encouraging the community to continue to use U-locks when they can. And then letting folks know that if you have a bicycle, it could be really helpful to document the serial number so that if your bike is lost or stolen, it's easier to recover. So there is things that we're doing also in addition to bike theft being down.
So is there anything similar to Mark's question, is there anything the city can do? For instance, in the way we have people locking up their bikes downtown, or anything else you can think of that would be something the city could accomplish to that end?
I guess I'll take that one, Daniel, unless you were going to speak to it.
The one thing I was going to add is, I'm not sure the availability right now of like lockers or other kinds of storage for bicycles when people are in businesses downtown. But like that's an example of something that we're in the process of looking into.
Is that it, Tara?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mayor Brockett.
Well, just following up, Dr. Reinhardt, can you quantify the reduction in bike theft? It's a year over year. Do you have that available?
I don't have that available as a percentage tonight for you, but I'm comfortable providing that information this upcoming week, along with some of the other information about domestic violence and otherwise.
That'd be very welcome. Thanks so much. That was it.
All right, going once, twice for other questions. And I don't think we have any questions to answer for you. Is that right, Chief Harold? This wasn't one where we have things we need to answer. Nuria is saying no. Okay. Thank you so much, all of you, for your presentations, Dr. Reinhardt, our Chief, Deputy Chief, really appreciate it. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Nuria to introduce our next topic.
Thank you so much. I take that not that they're wanting to get off screen, but rather they're wanting to give up the stage to the topic, right? So without further preamble, I'll ask Kurt to introduce himself and kick us off. Thank you, Councilmember.
Good evening, Council. Excited we've got to the start time here. So I'm Kurt Fernhaber, Director of Housing and Human Services. And this is our annual update to Council on homeless programs and services. And we're going to be covering a number of topics tonight. But before I start, I just wanted to tell a very short story. So often we focus on exits out of homelessness in this homeless update. We talked a lot about housing or exits into housing. Tonight, our focus is really going to be more on a number of services that have been started over the last year, and some that are in process of commencing over the next few months as well. Housing First is a strategy that we adopted as a community about 5 years ago, and it's often confused that it's only housing. Housing First really needs the supportive and wraparound services to be successful. And as we talk about getting individuals housed, I'll just mention that it takes a multitude of organizations to make that happen. Coordination between caseworkers and mental health providers and the HOT team. It's almost always a team process in getting people out of housing. And two individuals that I'll mention that were highlighted in our memo as well. A couple that was living along Goose Creek under Foothills, and they were using heroin and opioids. And through a lot of effort, we were able to get them housed through the partners that we work with. They were able to get on methadone treatments and are now employed, and also been able to get back the sort of the possession of their two children, which they now care for. It's a tremendous story about how services and housing can really work in collaboration. I'd like to introduce Megan Newton, who will be doing the presentation tonight. I've got a couple other staff members here, Vicki Ebner and Karen Armstrong. Karen is here if we have questions later on in the evening related to the supports we give to keep people in housing and to keep them from homelessness. And with that, I will hand it over to Megan.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Megan Newton. I am the Policy Advisor on Homelessness for Housing and Human Services. And so, next slide, please. These are the two questions we posed in the memo and are posing as part of this presentation, and we'll come back to them at the end. But it's basically looking for support in the new programming that I'll discuss in just a moment, as well as direction around alternative sheltering, safe outdoor spaces, pallet sheltering. It's got many names at this point, but we'll get to that at the end of the presentation as well. And so follow up on that question as well. Next slide, please. I wanted to start by kind of setting the stage. Like as we've talked about before, homelessness is a nationwide problem, a statewide problem, a metro-wide problem. And so in all of those concepts on the national stage, the state stage, the Denver metro stage, and the Boulder stage, homelessness is on the rise, particularly unsheltered homelessness is on the rise. Denver in its point in time count saw a 30% Denver metro, so which includes Boulder, saw a 30% increase in folks experiencing homelessness in January's point in time count. And as you can see on this slide, Colorado ranks 14th as a state for the number of people experiencing homelessness per 1,000. And I think I just want to start with the context of there's much work to be done, and it needs to be done across the community, across the state, and across the nation. It's difficult to do as one community. Next slide, please. So the summer point in time count, when I was here last year, it was recommended that we do a count in the summer. Traditionally, this count is conducted in January. That's required by HUD, and so the entire metro area participates in a count. But it's thought that there would be some information gained if we also did a count in the summer. Anecdotally, we know that we typically see more folks in the summer, and so there was the desire to figure out if that is actually true, to see trends year over year. Oftentimes in the summer, we find ourselves saying, man, it feels like there are a lot more people, but it's hard to determine if there's just a lot more people from a couple months ago or if it was truly a lot more people. So we did our first count this past July 6th or July 26th. We used the same tool that we used in January, so we could do some cross comparisons over time. We focused on unsheltered homelessness. We do have a number of the folks experiencing homelessness inside the shelters, but we only surveyed the folks experiencing unsheltered homelessness. It was a countywide collaborative, so Longmont, as well as the other municipalities in the county, participated. We're looking to do this year after year, and so we can look at different trends. And what is also nice about this count is the count that's done in January is typically facilitated at the metro level, so we don't have a lot of control over the data. But this count was done locally, and so we're able to control a lot of the data and be able to process it and really do some data digging. So some of the things I'll point out on this slide is you'll see the chart on the left shows a comparison between the January count and the July count. And what was kind of super interesting, and I will caveat in that it was just single adults in the city of Boulder. both the unsheltered number as well as folks staying at Boulder Shelter, the lodge, and together. But the number was near identical. It just that we had more folks in the shelter in the winter and unsheltered in the summer, which is somewhat predictable, but it was very interesting that the number really remained stable. You'll also notice on the top right hand of your screen that, again, all of the folks we surveyed were experiencing unsheltered homelessness. And so you'll see that most of them are chronically homeless, which means that they have some sort of disabling condition and they've been homeless for a year or more. And then the final chart there on the bottom kind of just tells where, when we ask the question where people first experience homelessness, you'll see the orange is Colorado, the yellow is Boulder, and then the blue is outside Boulder. So kind of that even split across the board. Next slide, please. I'd like to take some time tonight to kind of talk about some of the programs that are either recently started, that we're currently trying to implement, or we're going to implement in the near future. There's a lot going on. And so as Kurt mentioned, we'd like to highlight a lot of the services that are getting brought online to try to meet gaps and needs that we've identified in the community. Next slide, please. The first one, or the first and second one that I'd like to discuss, kind of go hand in hand. We have a local voucher program, which means we locally support folks by subsidizing their rent and providing supportive services and what's called permanent supportive housing. Most of this is done nationally by HUD, and then even the state has some resources. But we are kind of unique in that we provide local vouchers to kind of fill a gap. And so oftentimes the vouchers that are provided by the federal government or the state come with certain restrictions. And so the intention behind the local vouchers is to be able to really problem solve and fill the gaps where those vouchers may have some. And so I wanted to highlight some of the outcomes of that program. It's been in existence since 2018, and we've kind of been ramping it up ever since to now that we have a total of 48 vouchers being used in the community. And you can see some of the exits. But what is truly impressive is the 5% return to homelessness or unknown. That is, and to tie it in, that oftentimes the folks that we use those vouchers for have significant histories in the community. And so that is a very impressive outcome. But I paired it with the number 2 here, which is the shelter unit acquisitions, which are units that the Boulder Shelter for the Homeless is acquiring to help meet the needs of folks who are struggling to find a landlord who will rent to them in the community. So kind of a landlord of last resort. And oftentimes these two programs are paired together to really try to meet the needs and to cut down red tape for folks, that we can provide both the voucher as well as the unit for folks. And we've been able to end homelessness for some of the folks that have been experiencing it for quite some time in the community with these two programs. Next slide, please. This one is Building Home, which I've talked about before. We've talked about the startings of it last year. It is now fully implemented. It's ARPA funded, city ARPA dollars that we're using to implement this program. And it's a 2-part program. Both parts are geared for folks who are either about to be housed or were recently housed and have been, that folks might think need a little bit extra support on top of the case management they're already getting in the housing. So the goal of this program was that 5% that weren't able to remain housed in the programs that I just spoke about, that we would create programming that might help them maintain their housing. And so we partnered with 2 agencies in the area to provide the services. The first one is Peer Support, and that's operated by Focus Reentry. And these are folks who have lived experience. These are folks that have gone through the system, and we're pairing them with folks who are newly housed in an effort for them to help them walk through the system, to help create community, to help give them a trusted ear to ask the questions that they may not be comfortable asking a case manager about. They're doing group work, and it's really exciting. I was telling Kurt that Molly was telling me, the Focus Reentry Executive Director, that they were really interested in the voodoo donuts. And so they had a group and they brought them all voodoo donuts. And so it's little things in the community that everyone in the community is excited about, that they're able to connect them with. And then the second piece of the program is the housing retention team that is operated by Boulder Shelter for the Homeless, and it's more clinical services. So it's clinicians and a nurse who are able to bring services to the individual in their home. And so we often hear that folks struggle to connect to outpatient services. They struggle to maintain appointments. And so this part of the project is really meant to bring these services directly to them to help them stabilize in their home with the treatment or whatever they may need. It's very individualized person by person. Next slide, please. The respite center. So we've been hearing for the last couple of years of a gap in our services of folks who may no longer need hospital services, but also need some place to recuperate. They're not able to, they need 24-hour supervision, or even we've heard folks who are scheduled for surgery, but they're not able to get the surgery because they don't have a stable place to sleep the night before or the day before to get the appropriate rest. And so the respite center was a application that we put into the state in a transformational homelessness grant, and we were awarded $2 million. So we're working on implementing that hopefully by early next year, but the goal is to provide 24-hour sheltering as well as some medical care for folks typically leaving the hospital, but also, like I said before, maybe it's before they go into surgery and then after when they come out. So we're really excited about that program. We've heard from both Clinica and BCH that this is a need in the community, and so we're really excited to try to meet that need. Next slide, please. Project Recovery and Tribe, that got mentioned earlier by Judge Khan, but this is a program that they've been providing outpatient services at the county site since late last year, but they are on the cusp of opening their first recovery home, with a second recovery home in the county soon to follow. I've heard that hopefully they'll be able to open the second home by the end of the year. But this is one of those things where they've been providing outpatient services, but as we know, folks who may be experiencing homelessness are unable to access those services effectively because they aren't stabilized. And so by pairing it with a sober living home, folks we're able to meet the needs of both getting them stable and connecting them with treatment. The program is typically between 6 and 9 months, and they're provided wraparound services, treatment services, and then even when they exit, they're provided follow-up services. And so while they're in the program, they're working with them to probably from the time they move in to create a plan on what they're going to do when they've completed the program. Next slide, please. This is a partnership between Boulder Shelter for the Homeless and Boulder Community Health that I've highlighted before, but it's getting great outcomes. So I thought it important to highlight again. This program began in 2021 as a partnership between those two agencies in an effort to address folks who were high utilizers of the emergency department. So individuals who are experiencing homelessness who weren't connected to outpatient care and weren't stable. And so we're effectively using the emergency department on a very regular basis. They started identifying those folks and referring them to Boulder Shelter for the Homeless, who has a dedicated case manager to help these individuals through the process, through getting them housed. And so they were able to engage with 39 clients over the last year. And as you can see on the slide, have an 84% reduction in emergency department visits once the individual is housed and able to get connected to more appropriate outpatient services. And so this is one of those programs that two partners in the community were able to identify a gap and come together to try to fill that gap, and has been able to do it quite successfully. Next slide, please. The High Utilizer Program. This one Judge Khan referenced a little bit earlier, but this has been going on for about the last year. And it's similar to what we talked about, what I just talked about with the High Utilizer, the emergency department, but this one is more focused currently on the justice system. Maybe in the future, we'll be able to expand it into high utilizers of detox services or high utilizers of the emergency department. And the MHP and BCH are already partners in the work, but because of data sharing issues, we started with the justice folks. And so the leadership team is made up of leaders from the county, the city, the justice system, and the health system. And they are working to remove barriers, systemic barriers that we encounter or those individuals encounter regularly. There's also an operations team, which is made up of frontline staff from agencies with in similar, both the city, the county, Muni Court is there, as well as some of the county behavioral health folks, Boulder Shelter, Focused Reentry. And so it's a really collaborative effort where we go name by name on the people, for the folks who are on this list, and create care plans for each one of them. But at the same time, we've been identifying systemic barriers to raise up to the leadership group to help see if they can help us break down some of those barriers. We created a proposal working to address some of the common barriers that we saw across many people on the list. The group is still in the planning phase and we haven't identified any funding for the project yet, but we did create a proposal, and you guys council was given an information packet earlier this month to kind of update on this work. Next slide, please. The Day Services Center. And so we've had some setbacks as well as some exciting news in just the last few weeks. The site that we had identified on Folsom, the owner and developer has decided to go in a different direction with that property. And so we are now on the hunt for another property. And so that has been a bit of a setback. But some good news in the project is that we did apply to the state for some funding to expand the services that we'd be able to provide at the center. And so initially we were looking at providing basic needs services as well as service navigation services. So a place where community partners could come in and meet with folks and provide those navigation services. But with the additional money from the state, we are now be able to provide some treatment services as well as some housing, both the supportive services as well as the subsidies, so the voucher that goes along with the housing. So we just found that out last week, and so we're really excited to be able to provide a very comprehensive program when we can get it up and running. Next slide, please. So those were all the kind of new innovative system filling programs that we have been working on. But I also wanted to highlight some of the existing programs in the collaboration that's happening within the system that's also important to highlight. Next slide, please. So this slide is very busy, but intentionally so. It lists providers, agencies, programs in the community that coordinate services on quite literally a daily basis. The outreach staffing group meets weekly to coordinate care for those folks who are living unsheltered, to make sure there's not overlap in people providing services, to coordinate who's going to take who to what appointment. And so they meet formally weekly, but I'm sure talking daily. We have case conferencing every other week where we review a by name list to match people with housing. I also would highlight on this slide the number of cross systems collaboration that is happening. You see Clinica, you see HOT, you see the 20th Judicial, you see, it goes across the system. I was reading some stats from HOT just the other day, and they noted that they coordinated with 33 unique entities to coordinate care for folks that they're working with. And so I think this is a unique piece of Boulder that we have such a high level of cooperation and coordination to serve the folks who are experiencing homelessness in the community. Next slide, please. This is where we'd like to highlight our continuing centering racial equity. So I'll walk through this table a little bit because there are some caveats. We're continuously looking at the data. We find it very important. And so both national data, state level data, local data all show an overrepresentation of minorities who are experiencing homelessness. But we wanted to pull some local data to be able to share with you guys. So you'll see on the left side of the table, the Boulder County general population, and you'll see the overrepresentation that we see of folks who are entering the system through coordinated entry. I will caveat the exits in that they are strictly Boulder Shelter for the Homeless housing exits. There are folks who exit the system through mental health partners or together that aren't captured here because of privacy issues. We aren't able to get that identifying data, but it's just something that we run regularly and keep our eyes on. And at a metro level, we're also working at adjusting the assessment tool that we use to match people and prioritize folks with housing. The tool that was being used that pretty much nationwide has given some unequal outcomes. And so we're working on that tool as a metro level to try to get some more equal outcomes in some of the matching to housing and the exits from homelessness. Next slide, please. This, I wanted to highlight all the braiding like I did on the slide before, where it was all the coordination of the providers, but I wanted to also highlight the coordination of the funding. And so all of these needs or services that are listed on the left of the table, and then we put a check mark from all the, if the state or federal government provides funding, if the city of Boulder provides some funding, or Boulder County provides funding. And you can see that almost all three of those provide funding across the board. And so oftentimes that makes for a complicated system. Each one of those funding streams comes with priorities. And so the community does an excellent job in trying to braid and blend that funding to best meet the needs of the folks and to provide the services that we've identified as being gaps in the community as well. Next slide, please. This is our Housing and Human Services planned expenditures for 2024. And as you can see, kind of what I just talked through on the last slide, the city is investing pretty much across the board with the day services center, outreach, coordinated entry, housing supports, and then the retention is the building home program that I talked about earlier, with a total investment of $11.6 million. And then we also included some of the key investments that we have this year with Tribe and in the unit acquisition, as well as the hotels that we're supporting in the family work. But it's a significant investment. And so this slide does a real good job kind of spelling out where we're spending our money and how we're trying to spread it across the system to focus on multiple interventions for folks. Next slide, please. This is another program that we often highlight. The city funds an outreach team through Boulder Shelter for the Homeless. It's relatively new. It's just started since COVID. And I think this was our intention to bring services to folks. So we know that some folks are unable or unwilling to access the shelter. And so this is the outreach team goes out into the community, goes out into the encampments to build relationships and then connect them with services. As you can see, in the last year, they've had close to 2,000 interactions with 600 unique individuals, 20 mental health referrals. They assist people with transportation, and they also participate in that weekly meeting with other outreach providers to coordinate the services. So some folks might have case managers through the municipal court or through HOT might be helping them. And so that group all gets together to try to determine who's going to do what. And really, it's a very village collaborative, and it's very impressive to witness. Next slide, please. These are some other things that are going on in the sheltering system that are pretty exciting. Kurt and I just this morning went and toured Haven Ridge, which is Mother House and the Lodge has moved to a larger shared location, and they're rebranding. So Mother House at Haven Ridge and the Lodge at Haven Ridge, but with the intention to go to Haven Ridge, have moved to have been able to co-locate for some efficiencies. They're getting settled in. And so they were telling us this morning that their intention for the rest of the year is kind of get settled in, and then hopefully in the new year be able to expand services, both the number of folks they're able to serve as well as the services they're able to provide folks. And so that is really exciting news for the sheltering system. And also to pair along with that, together had received a grant to both renovate and expand the source, which is the youth shelter. And so they'll be doing that in the near future with the same intention of expanding both the number of youth they're able to serve as well as the services they're able to provide in that space. And so oftentimes we around homelessness talk about all the challenges. And so I always like it in these presentations where I get to highlight some of the great things that our partners in the community are doing that we're really excited about. Next slide, please. This also super exciting. Mental Health Partners has received funding to acquire and renovate a new building that they're calling their acute care campus. It's a very large space, and they're going to be able to provide. They're consolidating a lot of the care that they're already providing in the community, and then they're adding a new psychiatric urgent case clinic, which includes, as you can see on here, case management, therapy, nursing, medical providers. And so all the talk from in the past two presentations about the need for treatment in the community, we're hopeful and excited that this will be a great addition to that work.
Megan, before you go off that slide, can I just insert? I think if you remember one or two things from this presentation tonight, I hope you'll remember some of the expanded programs of our partners. You just heard about Together and Haven Ridge. This, in many of some of the council members and some community members over the last couple of months have taken trips up to Fort Collins to see a facility that has recently been completed with comprehensive behavioral health services, inpatient services. They've all come back very impressed with this. And everyone's saying, why don't we do that in Boulder County? Well, Mental Health Partners went out and got a grant recently. And so they're actually implementing exactly what you saw in Fort Collins. The facility in Fort Collins is 55,000 square feet. This facility is 45,000 square feet. So very significantly plus in size and the integration services. So I know one of the questions will be, as it was in the previous presentation, what can we do to help? I think we as a county, city and state are really going to have to continue to put in resources to make sure that that facility is well staffed and well supported. But I think it's a game changer for our community. I know they're going to be opening, I believe, in the next 4 or 5 months. And we'll look over this next year to see how this could positively impact our community. So thanks for letting me interrupt, Megan. I couldn't help myself, but I'll let you go from here.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Wanted to take some time to discuss the winter weather plan. And so I'll kind of walk through this table a little bit because it can get a little confusing. But as you can see at the top, Boulder Shelter has a capacity day to day for 160 individuals to stay. For the past couple years, we've been utilizing ARPA funds and hotels to expand sheltering services in the winter. COVID made that a great opportunity because hotels were looking for partners. As we get further away from COVID, we have been struggling to find hotels willing to work with the program. And so we are currently working now with Boulder Shelter for the Homeless to identify a hotel and hopefully be able to expand the rooms or the number of beds this winter as well by 20. But even if that, in addition to that, they have agreed to go up to 180 on critical weather nights. So you can kind of see the top part of it is the Boulder shelter piece with both the shelter and the hotels. On a normal winter night that doesn't meet critical weather standards, we would either be at 160 or 180 with the hotels. Or on a critical weather night, we could be at 180 or 200. And then we add the other shelters in to the equation, where the source operates every night with up to 14 beds. And the lodge operates on normal nights with 20 beds, and then typically we'll add 5 in severe weather overflow. And so you can kind of see the total number there at the bottom on the range of contingent upon whether we get the hotels or whether it's a critical weather night. But we are looking for ways to supplement the program going on, because both the ARPA funding won't be available long term, as well as the hotel rooms have been an ongoing struggle. The first year during COVID worked out really well. Last year ended up working out well, and this year has gotten a little bit harder. But we continue to work with the shelter to implement that program. Next slide, please. Housing. We also always talk about our housing exits. We're very proud of the housing exits. And so this is the total number of exits since we started keeping data late in 2017, with an average of 25 exits into housing per month. We have Bluebird up there on the screen because we are currently trying to connect people with a new permanent supportive housing program that is intended to come online at the end of the year, which will put a significant bump in the number of folks that we're able to house. Bluebird is opening in Boulder at the end of this year, and then they have another project up in Longmont called Zinnia that's scheduled to open in the middle of next year. And so when I'm sharing this number with you guys next year, I'm excited that it will be significantly higher, and I'm hopeful that it makes a significant impact on the system as a whole. Next slide, please. This one, prevention. I wanted to highlight prevention because as we talk about almost every year, at the same time that we were able to exit 339 folks out of the system, we screened 1,113 new people through coordinated entry into the system. So we continue to implement services. We continue to add housing as well as supportive services to help people exit homelessness. But we also need to significantly concentrate on how to prevent folks from entering homelessness. One of the programs that the city has to do this work is called EPRIS. And so you can see here that they have served 928 unique individuals since February 2022. But the thing I would like to highlight on this slide is the chart on the left-hand side that shows that most of the folks that they are serving have been stable, that they've been housed for between 2 or 5 or more years. And so these are folks who are reaching out for prevention services, and the need for those services is growing. And so I think it's important that we highlight in this presentation on all the good work we do to exit people out. It feels a little bit sometimes like we're spinning our wheels when we can't prevent people from entering the system. Next slide, please. And so the council asked that we explore safe outdoor spaces. In our exploration, there's been a lot attached to that. And so I've termed it alternative sheltering. So that will include safe outdoor spaces, which in Denver have historically been the ice fishing tents, but now they're adding pallet shelters or also micro communities or tiny homes. And so we've done some exploration on those programs, and some of the things that successful programs have all had in common are the things listed here on the screen. There are some programs that are self-run and have a little bit less structure, but typically those programs are operated in communities who have a very high level of unsheltered homelessness. And those communities are pretty restrictive about who's able to access them. And so folks that created those communities that didn't have the stricter access have typically closed by now. And so the ones that have been primarily successful have had a little bit more structure. So they include staffing, they include wraparound services, they include fencing. And so folks, there's a controlled access. They include restrooms, showers, laundry, storage spaces for folks belonging. And so there's a lot of the programming that in order for the spaces to be successful, we found that are important. We spoke to some folks in Santa Cruz. We've met with the folks in Denver. And so we've done a lot of exploring different projects in different places to see what would work or what could work in Boulder. And so these are some of the common themes that we came across. Next slide, please. We tried to break down costs. I will say that there's a lot of assumptions because it would vary significantly based on the site that we are able to use and what kind of development that site would require. Some of the annual ongoing costs, we did it based on 30 tents, but if you were able to fit 50 tents or pallet shelters or tiny homes, it kind of, again, depends on the property. You might be able to get some more efficiencies for the cost. And so the ongoing operation costs are similar across whatever type of sheltering you would decide what they would be. More the setup, the year one costs that vary depending on if you went with tents or pallet shelters or the tiny homes. Some communities on the West Coast who have more temperate temperatures use regular tents or let people set up their own tents in certain locations. Because of the weather in Colorado, we felt like the best use would be if we were going to provide a space that we also provide a shelter that would help folks shelter from the weather. And so this, I'll give it just a minute to kind of go through it because I know this is a lot of information on one slide. But these are costs that were given to us primarily from Denver because we felt like those were the most comparable costs. The Portland costs were significantly higher. Some of their sites had significantly more supportive services. We have seen some sites who've done it a little bit cheaper, but again, typically those sites don't include the supportive services and may have not 24-hour staff or have outreach programs that are already existing, provide some of the navigation services. So these are all estimates. Again, it really would depend on what sheltering we use, the site that we may be able to identify. But we felt that it was important to include all these things to have a successful location. Next slide, please. Back to the beginning, the questions that we asked, or I asked at the beginning. And so I went through all of those programs. And so I think our question to you guys would be whether, do you have any input on any of those programs or anything you would like to see differently, and as well as the alternative sheltering, safe outdoor spaces, pallet sheltering, all very similar, just different sheltering types. If you would like us to continue to explore that or move forward with that project. Thank you.
So Megan, can I just make one clarification as we complete? So there's been a lot of conversation today about Santa Cruz. So we actually didn't get talk or interact with Santa Cruz in Portland and Denver. And Megan had mentioned Santa Cruz, but it's actually Portland is the other city that we worked with, as well as up in Wisconsin. So thank you for that, and Councilmember Friend, we're ready for any discussion or questions you may have.
Thanks, Kurt and Megan. A helpful and informative presentation. Okay, so let's start with questions. Bob Yates.
Yeah, just one question. Megan, on one of the slides, well, a couple of slides, one you indicated the point in time survey was pretty flat between July and January, about 350 people between sheltered and unsheltered, which is great to have that information. And on a subsequent slide, you also talked about exits from homelessness, and you broke it down to a monthly basis, which was also very helpful. And it came out to 25 exits per month. Was that is that countywide, or is that just city folks?
That's city folks. So we try to.
Right.
It gets really into the weeds a little bit, but yes, that's basically for the city of Boulder.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. And so if one were to do the math and say, well, geez, we got, at any point in time, we have about 350 homeless people in Boulder, city of Boulder, but we're helping 25 of them exit homelessness per month. One would do the math on that and say, gosh, in 14 months, there'll be no more homeless people here. So tell me what's influencing that on the other end.
It would be back down to my prevention. Obviously, we see a significant number of folks enter the system, way more than we're able to help exit the system. And so that both is folks, typically when we see folks come through coordinated entry, they're either new to homelessness or new to Boulder. And so it's hard for us at any given time. The point in time survey is limiting because, again, it depends on people willing to engage, who we find. And so there is some limit to what that number tells us. But we know that we have a significant number of folks entering the system. It's harder to track where they all go. Some of them will exit right back out. Some of them may stay.
Right. So even if the number wasn't 350, it was 500. It's still, if you divide it by 25, you'd say, all right, well, in 20 months we'd have problem solved.
Right.
It sounds like there's people who are coming to the system and staying, and that we're helping exit. And there's other people who come into the system. When I say come into the city, and stay for a few weeks or a month or two or whatever, and then self-exit. Is that right? So fair assumption.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. Right. So it's a bit of a revolving door. In other words, if that number is staying pretty steady at 350 and we're exiting 25 people out, we must be getting a net of 25 people in that are not self-exiting. Is that roughly directionally kind of correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry. Aaron, you're up. Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, thanks for all that information and for all the work you all are doing in this space. It's truly extraordinary. So very appreciative of it. One specific question is, I've heard a couple of times about the mental health partners facility, and that's really exciting. Kurt, I appreciate you highlighting how that's potentially transformative. Do we know where that facility is located?
Yeah, they're in the process of closing on a property in Louisville.
In Louisville, okay. And I thought I heard you say they'd be operating in a few months. Is that's possible even with they're just now closing, but they'll be able to get open pretty quick?
Yeah, they believe they'll be able to get open relatively quickly because the previous use of that building was very similar. And so there's only limited changes that they're going to have to make to the building to actually open. And I assume they'll be making other changes along the way, but actually getting open, they think that they can do that relatively quickly.
Well, and last question, are they still going to operate the facility? I believe it's at 1000 Alpine, or will that be consolidated?
I know, oh, yeah, that facility will continue, yes.
Great, that's all I had, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Tara, and then Nicole.
Quick question, maybe not that quick, but first of all, Megan and Kurt, I'm so happy right now and excited. I apologize for driving you guys crazy for the past year or two, but look, it worked. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you for all that you've done. So I have one question. It's like so many dreams have come true here. And so that smile that you have, Megan, is just delightful. And it's really how I feel right now. So let's make believe that we're at affordable housing, and the kind that doesn't have wraparound services. And let's say a person is having a mental health issue, a big one, which of the organization slash which part is it peer support, or which part of all the things we've heard about is going to be helping them, and how many times a week do you think that'll happen for that type of a person?
I might start off and I'll hand it over to Megan, but in the situation that you described, the first interaction is likely going to be with our CERT or care team, which is behavioral health staff who work in our department and works in collaboration with our police department, and care works independently with fire. And so it's likely to be to them, and then there will also be within those two programs, we have a referral mechanism, and we've put staff in place for referrals. But then I'll hand it over to Megan.
I think one of the other pieces that we're super excited about with the additional state money for the Day Services Center is that we built in additional housing supportive services for affordable housing. So not necessarily permanent supportive housing projects, but quite literally exactly what you're talking about, folks who are in affordable housing and may not have case management. That was definitely identified as a need, so we wrote that into that grant, and so are really excited that got funded.
That's it?
Yep.
That's all your questions,
I don't
Tara?
mean that's it. I mean, that's all my questions. Just to be clear.
Councilmember Spear.
You and Rachel, are you wanting us to answer the questions that we were posed yet, or we're just asking questions?
Asking questions now.
Thank you. Excuse me. Okay. Just wanted to thank you. This is truly an incredible presentation. Was incredible, just very thorough, and really wonderful to see the full picture like this. We have so many new things that are about to be starting up and likely to be having big effects. So thank you. I don't know how any of you get sleep with all that you're doing, but I'm really eager to see where this goes. You mentioned that we were spending about $11.6 million on unsheltered homelessness services. I just wanted to confirm that I saw that correctly, that's sort of the for new programs where we are about to be headed. Is that just unsheltered?
That would be both sheltered and unsheltered in our investments in both of those sets of programs.
Okay.
And specifically to the Housing and Human Services Department.
Yep. Okay. Got it. Thank you. And so that does that include homelessness prevention programs like the emergency assistance, rental assistance, or is that separate?
Yeah, that would be separate. And the other thing that would be separate, which ebbs and flows from year to year, is our investments in actually creating and building affordable housing that is specifically dedicated to the unhoused individuals. So, for example, the picture that you saw of Bluebird, which will be completed later this year, it's that project. We invested in that project last year and the year before. So in the previous 2 years, that was a significant investment. We don't have specific investments in projects this year, but we will likely next year. And then there was, 30 Ferns, another project that we invested some of our affordable housing dollars into creating these units. So that number, 11 million may go up next year based on those affordable housing investments.
Thank you. And does that include families as well? Families who are experiencing homelessness, or is this largely just for unsheltered single adults?
This would be single adults, both sheltered and unsheltered. So the programs like that we fund through AFA and even some of our ARPA dollars that we're investing in rental supports, it doesn't include that. I would point out, though, that there's a number of our programs that touch individuals who are on the edge of homelessness, you know, including our dollars for healthy foods and our human services dollars. Many of them are going to associated sort of programs that help people stabilize in housing, including families.
Awesome, thank you. I will just put in this question now rather than whenever we get the next update, but at the next update next year, if we could just see like that similar kind of slide, but for people who are experiencing sheltered homelessness, like family homelessness, just to kind of capture some of those as well, because I think that that's likely a really big amount too. And I think it just is helpful to have that context as well. So thank you, but just really, really cool to see all of that. Another question that I had was around the options that exist for respite care, but for folks who are kind of coming out of like detox or having been in the emergency room for you know, overdose or something like that, like addiction or mental illness related. Is there anything that exists kind of like a respite center, but not for physical, but for mental health or addiction?
Yes, Mental Health Partners has such a respite center currently. I think it's around 8 beds, if I'm correct. But they would be able to assist those types of individuals. And this new facility, you know, that will be coming on board will also help with those types of situations.
Thanks. So the new facility will be a place where folks can stay for a little bit as they're recovering.
Yeah, what I don't know is if their respite care is moving to that location or not.
Okay.
But that, you know, they'll be able to answer that from Mental Health Partners.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question, this was just around some of the evidence on the benefits of sanctioned encampments. Is there evidence that they reduce homelessness? Do they result in more permanent housing? Do they reduce crime? Do they have, you know, fewer weather-related emergencies like frostbite and hypothermia for people who are staying there? I guess I'm just, my understanding of the sanctioned encampments is that they don't necessarily lead to exits from homelessness. And I'm just wondering, is that misinformation on my part, or do we have evidence about what specific outcomes they help with?
So Megan, you want to take that one?
Okay, sure. I think it depends on the project. They're relatively new, and so it's hard to find any real data. I think the exit data is that I've seen specifically from Denver is pretty comparable to shelter exits. And I think it'd be important to point out that if you also invest in the housing that folks or whatever resource they're exiting into, that would be very important, right? Like we wouldn't want to just invest in sheltering options without also investing in options that help folks exit the system altogether.
Thank you.
Is that it, Nicole?
Yes.
Thanks. Okay, Bob, and then I'll call on myself.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, Rachel, I had a second question. I forgot. There were some hotline posts today that kind of went back and forth, and I appreciate Kurt and Megan getting on those. One of the suggestions that was made in one of the posts was that we divert some or all the money that we would use for the day shelter this year for other things. And I know that you folks are still working very hard on locating a facility for that. But I wanted to ask you a little bit about your thought on that. Have you kind of given up for this year, and should we redirect that money, or and I know you can't get yourself too committed here, but or should we retain that money for the day shelter because you think you're probably not far off from getting that pinned down and getting opened?
Thanks for that question, Bob. So I would say that it's too early in the process to be making decisions about money saved. We've been looking at lots of buildings over the last, I don't know, 6 months or so. And we were fortunate to come across the opportunity at Folsom. We were unfortunate that it didn't come through. But from a financial standpoint, it was a good deal for the money. And as we looked at other buildings, it's pretty rare to find a building that won't need significant infrastructure changes to it if we end up purchasing a building. But we may be able to find something that's more cost effective as well. My advice would be to wait until the 2024 year to look at where we're at. I am confident that we will find a location in the next few months, and I don't know if it will be operational in 4 months or 9 months, but I do believe we'll find clarity on a direction for the day services. And the last thing I'll say is that most of the resources that were allocated for this year for the day services were to simply get it up and running and to invest in a building. If we do that next year, we'll still have that same potentially we'll have that same investment. We're just moving it from one year to the other. But arguably there will be some savings depending on the approach that we end up with.
Great, thanks, Kurt.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, I do have a couple. Okay, so on page 5, there's a couple references to people supported by the housing retention team and individualized peer support services. And then talks about BSH purchasing 12 individual units outside of a landlord system and with case management services. So first question is, how many hours a week for either peer support or case management services? This dovetails with something Tara asked a bit ago too. Are people getting with either of those?
I think it depends on the individual. Some folks get more than others. There are some folks that the peer support or case management will see several times a week. And so it's really individualized as far as much as the need of individuals. And so some folks might get seen once a week with that building home. That is intended to be an intensive program. And so they would be seeing at least once a week.
And once a week, I guess, because, we've talked about like my inclination is that some people need like 24/7 supports. And so when we're talking once a week, are we talking 8 hours that day, 24-hour supervision or help supports and sometimes supervision? Or is it like
no? Yeah, it would be more an hour or two. Again, it depends on what the activity is. But I would also say that oftentimes when folks first move into housing, folks get seen almost daily. I think it's one of those things that as they get situated and more comfortable, they titrate it down to a little bit less. And some people keep that high level for ongoing amount of time because the transition is much harder. But others, they're able to get a little bit situated and then but not 24 hours. So yeah, okay. When they see somebody, typically a visit is probably an hour or so.
Okay, so even the early going people would be like an hour a day for every day.
Correct.
And Vicki Ebner, HHS Operating and Homelessness Strategy Senior Manager. I just wanted to add on that once I get over that very long title, that this is placed above and extended from the case manager. So there are case management services that are provided through their permanent supportive housing program. And then in addition, they have a peer support and they have this retention team. When we were first designing it, we were calling the retention team kind of a quasi-ACT team, if you're familiar with assertive community treatment. It's not quite as intensive as that, but it is a team that can work rather intensively with individuals depending on their needs and their situations.
Thanks for that. But in the best case scenario, if they've got all the teams, how many hours a day would somebody at best get? Is it like an hour? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the facts.
It's just really hard to get to that number, because if somebody's in crisis, you have a whole team of people that are working with them to get them through that crisis. And so that could be all day with a combination of the CERT team, the retention team, the peer supporter, the case manager. If it's somebody who is just struggling with that isolation from newly moving into a unit, it might be an hour with the case manager. It may be an hour or two with the peer support. It might be another, checking on them daily for the first few weeks with the peer or the retention team. It's also not linear, right? So people can get in, get stable, not need services for a while, but then have something that triggers them back up to needing that. And so at minimum, they need that basically 1 to 15 case management ratio of clients versus case managers, so that they can respond to people and their needs when they are needed. So I know I'm not really directly answering your question, but the short answer is it's really hard to answer that question.
Well, and I'm obviously just thinking about somebody who is in crisis and is crisis, for more than 8 hours in a day. And often if you're in crisis, it's a 24/7 situation and you need a lot of help. Okay.
Can I colloquy for 1 second just to follow up what Rachel said, Vicky? So let's say this person who might or might not have burnt their apartment down somewhere. It's always good, right, to go back and say, well, how did we let that happen? So I am wondering if with all these new programs, if there's a better chance that this, because every time that happens, it affects everybody surrounding them in that particular location. So do you think there'd be a better chance now that we're doing this for that not to happen? And do you still think there's something missing still from these programs where we could do more?
Well,
but the first half of your question I can answer, and then and I know Kurt was gonna top in, but I would say that I think the chances are better. Megan spoke to the high degree of collaboration and coordination. One of the key aspects when we wrote the building home proposal was that these two teams would interact more often, so that they could have those conversations, looking at incidents, doing a post-incident review, what service changes can be made, what are program augmentations that could happen. So we feel like that should help with some of those situations, and just having more eyes available would generally lower those problems.
So I'll mention 2 things. The first is that Mental Health Partners also has a place for individuals to go who are in severe crisis that wouldn't be handled in someone's apartment. They would be referred through that service. The second thing that I'll mention is that we will often, Megan talked about the integration of service providers. So we will also be working with the case manager that helps them get into housing. So if they're struggling and it was an individual, the municipal system was the lead on in getting that person housed, the team will work with that individual who they've had the relationship with. And so really working with the partner that they have sort of the closest relationship with. And when the team meets weekly to work on individuals, that's one of the things that they talk about is, which agency or organization or entity is sort of the lead on particular individuals.
Okay, moving on to my next question. It mentions that BSH purchased 12 individual properties. Are those within like dense apartment complexes?
Versus non-dense apartment complexes?
I guess within apartment complexes, yeah.
Okay. Actually, they're condominiums.
Okay.
So they're individual condominiums.
Okay.
And so that's what allows them to be both the landlord and the service provider.
Got it. And given that as it was described, these are often high utilizers who need extra, kind of options because of eviction issues with landlords. And you also are going to have neighbors who, you know, it is fair to have quiet enjoyment of the home and not fires and stuff. What are the, like, how are we ensuring that? Or how are they ensuring that? And are there triggers for, you know, because in a situation where someone is, you know, using Tara's example of starting fires, whatever, there would be at some point that person wouldn't be there anymore. What are the plans for people who are really hard to house in terms of having that be an okay situation for the neighbors as well?
Well, Megan may have more to add here about those particular individuals, but many of the
Like I don't kind of do anybody's personal information. I'm doing hypotheticals.
Sure, but many of the individuals that are housed through the City of Boulder voucher program, and as well as into these units and others, are individuals with lengthy criminal records. So they've probably been on a high utilizer list at some point in the past. There's some of our more challenging individuals. So I think if you look at the outcomes that Megan presented, I think there was 78 or 79 individuals that have been assisted through this program. 3 of them have not been successful. I think that's a representation of the effectiveness of the programs that supported those particular individuals.
Anything to add, Megan?
No, I would say even as Boulder Shelter as a landlord, they still sign a lease. And so there's still property management that they're using. And so I do think those things are addressed. And so it's not okay. And they wouldn't leave them in the space if they were a danger to their neighbors or the property.
Okay. Thanks. On page 6, it talks about a staff or a task force that makes recommendations to HSBC, and that just flagged for me that it has been an ongoing concern of mine or request that it would be helpful to have a council representative to HSBC. And I know that there's at least some interest by county commissioners. So my question is, how could that happen? I know it's not set up right now to have council or commissioner representatives, but if we wanted to do that, how could we do it?
So those are open meetings to the public. You could attend if you wanted to now. And I suppose it would be council's prerogative to identify a council member to attend those meetings, but that would certainly be possible.
Well, let me state that differently. Like in that it says they're making recommendations to HSBC, I assume that HSBC is then voting on that. And so having a seat at the table where you're an equal voter, say, how could that happen because I doubt we could just send somebody and then we'd have an extra vote, right?
So we would need to change the structure of HSBC, or I would say that commissioners would have to. So the commissioners actually approve the individuals that sit on the executive of HSBC. So I am one of those individuals that have been identified or approved by the county commissioners. If city council members were put onto that executive committee, I assume it would be similar to like a board member sitting on the Boulder Housing Partners board. So that would require a different governance structure to be put in place. And that would be something that you'd want to bring up with county commissioners.
Okay. I would think of it as something like, there's a lot of regional organizations that we have a council member representative at. Okay. I will skip those 2. Just wondering, when we talk about the increase in turnaways for capacity in winter season 2021 versus 2022-23, I know that Megan, in your presentation, you talked about all the different providers of shelter that we have, like former Mother House and some others. And I'm also remembering, though, that we closed the severe weather shelter beds, I want to say 2020 for overflow. I'm just wondering, total capacity in the city, what is it 2019 versus 2023? And it's okay if that's a question that you have to get back to me on. But it seems like we lost some capacity right before COVID, and I'm not sure we ever got back up. So I'm wondering if the increase in turnaways is partly due to us not having the same capacity.
We had 210 total. It was, you might need to check my math here, but it was 50 beds at Path to Home, 72 beds severe weather shelter, and then the 160 at the shelter. So that seems like it would be 310. But I will say that it's only, if you look at the 2022 year period, where we well into that shelter consolidation, we were not having turnaways. It is basically been ratcheting up since late 2022.
Okay. I think I would still be interested in knowing what it was 2019 versus 2023 with all the different providers, and some are different than they were at the time. So maybe that's something we could get back to me on. And then on the hotels, sort of similar to my questions on, individual apartments and condominiums. When I did my police ride along, I think the hotel that had a lot of placements of unhoused individuals, I don't know if it was by us or by other people buying hotel rooms, but they were on that like hourly drive-by list of, like we were doing, it was on like the police hotspot. And they're, they were hourly because there was so much, there were fights and shots fired and stuff around there. And we went into the lobby and there was like, which is sort of not common in Boulder, there was bulletproof glass separating the person checking people in and us, and there were just some shell-shocked, looked like CU parents there. So I'm just wondering, when we place people in, if they're kind of congregate living in hotels, what services or supports do they get when they're there? Like, if you were, and I understand we kind of pick the highest, as I understand it from previous years, functioning people to put in hotels, but still are there resources that go there as well?
Do you want me? Or are you gonna...
Sure, why don't you go first and I'll go after you.
Yep. With the program that we operate with Boulder Shelter, both last year that was highly successful, and so we were going to continue it this year. It was folks who were on the housing track, so with the goal of that they never return to the shelter. But we also provide funding for a case management specifically for those individuals. So they had a case manager checking on them every day, and there were no issues with the Boulder folks that we or with the Boulder Shelter placed. It was a highly successful program last year.
Great.
So the other thing that I'll add, Rachel, is that I believe you're speaking of the Millennium Hotel. The Millennium Hotel reached out to us a few months ago to tell us of their changing plans, and they were actually highly complimentary of this particular program, and they actually rent hotel rooms to a whole variety of individuals in our community. And I'd be careful about associating the gunshots to that group who we're housing from the shelter, because I do know that individual was not connected to this program. I think we've been doing this hotel program, I think since COVID started, I think 3 years, if I'm correct. While there are some challenges with individuals from time to time, by and large, it's worked out really well. And I think the individuals have been well supported, and they've generally been in line with the rules and obligations of the hotels.
Well, again, I don't know if it was folks placed in this, through this program or not, but my understanding is that there are a number of hotels who did not want to continue receiving placements, I guess, and it's harder to find hotels because of issues that they've had in the past. So, not trying to generalize, just trying to understand what supports we are providing so that so that everybody can be successful there.
Well, also during COVID, the hotels weren't being used. In the one hotel we were using in Boulder, we were filling probably 3/4 of their beds every night during the winter. And so that's also quite a bit different than the 20 or 25 that we were posting in the last year.
Okay, my next question is on page 23, when we talk about the different possible structures for safe outdoor spaces. Do we know what homeless folks say that they would prefer of the different types offered? Have we done any outreach?
No, we haven't specifically done any outreach. In my experience, you know, with Denver, they only had at the time the option of an ice fishing tent, and they're just now expanding into the pallet sheltering. So it will be interesting, I guess, with that development in Denver to see if there's a preference. Obviously Denver's also doing the hoteling. That's always the preference of folks. But between like a pallet shelter and ice fishing tent, is that what you're versus a tiny home?
Right, of the options that the three options that we have, like do we know what folks who would be living them might prefer?
Right. No, I'm not positive. Because yeah, but we could, as they develop it in Denver, or we could, I just ask, I guess, the folks in Boulder what they would prefer. But no, I don't know off the top of my head.
In your response to Nicole, Megan, you indicated that Denver, they weren't seeing anything more favorable than Denver homeless shelter exits for people who were living in the safe outdoor spaces. I thought I remembered at the tour that you and I were on that they did have some pretty favorable exits. Am I misremembering, or do you know what I'm talking about?
I think overall, like they've given out different numbers depending on when, but overall, like it's typically similar to a shelter. And again, I don't think that's necessarily a knock on it's more about exit resources, right? Like it's so if they're being prioritized for housing, then obviously they'd have a heavier exit option, but they're similar. I mean, the way Denver's using them now is to expand shelter resources, essentially.
Okay. And then one last question for Kurt. In your answer to Bob on possibly reallocating the day services money that was held over this year and unused, I thought that the pot of money that Matt was talking about was for operations. Like there was some 800,000 or something that was specifically for operations, not capital or planning for the year. Is that not accurate? Or
yeah, I think that's generally correct. I think the challenge is that there's a pretty wide variety of financial commitments depending on where the day service center is cited, the type of building, you know, that sort of thing. There's a lot of unknown costs, so that number could go up and it could go down. Certainly more than 800,000.
Okay, but for the money that Matt was looking at, that was for like staffing of a space that we didn't staff this year. Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Over to Aaron, and then I think we will be on to answer the questions. Oh, and then Mark. Aaron, then Mark.
Really quickly, Kurt, I wanted to just drill into an answer you had late on the hotline today. And by the way, that was heroic work responding to all of those questions in a very short period of time. I was amazed. And I'm sure you got help from maybe some people too. And thanks to all of you for doing that. But there was a final question about, or the follow-up about the average number of shelter beds that go unused. And just wanted to confirm, is the final answer that this year so far there have been an average of 10 shelter beds unused per night?
That's correct.
Okay, and is that raw data of? I mean, I know we have a dashboard that shows all this, but do we have like a raw data that we can look at, or I don't know, like in a spreadsheet or something? You're muted.
I didn't want you to know that. Yes, we'd be able to get that information to you.
Okay, if that's doable, that'd be handy to have. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Mark?
Just one question. In the past, your analyses were fairly negative about the outcomes and utility of the various safe outdoor space possibilities. Has your further research and looking at other programs changed that point of view?
I think what has changed are some of the outcomes that I would say are more successful with some communities that have gone down this road. And if I could just refer quickly back to Megan's presentation, what we try to do is provide the ingredients to implementing this type of program. And all of these ingredients sort of need to be in place for it to be successful, looking at programs that have been successful. Megan talked about having a secure identified site, having proper services like, showers, bathrooms, cooking facilities and food, having wraparound services, and also having places or services that they can be referred to, out of that. A safe outdoor space shouldn't be the last place they end up. It should be a place that brings them, to another location and hopefully into housing, or at least out of homelessness. And so individuals, I think one of the things you need to look at in safe outdoor spaces or any type of approach is also, in addition to that, investing more in the exit. So investing more in housing, more in behavioral health services, and in ways that they won't be, just staying in that safe space for a long time. And so many of the communities that started these types of approaches over the last few years didn't have all of those ingredients in place. And a couple of years ago, when we looked at this, there was a lot of people would be attracted, and there'd be a lot of camping around that, unsanctioned camping, or the safe camping areas just grew beyond their capacity. So those are the challenges we saw in the beginning. I think the programs that began in Denver during COVID identified those challenges and tried to address them. And I think we're seeing better outcomes, but the costs are also pretty substantial as well. So just looking at how do we look at the cost effectiveness and getting people out of homelessness is sort of a policy issue that I think council would want to consider.
You did obviously a very interesting financial analysis of the cost of these options. Given the need for further investment at the end to ensure successful exits, do you have any sense of what the magnitude of that expense would look like?
Yeah, so I think we would want to kind of work backwards and say, so if 30 individuals enter this this service, how many do we want to exit into homelessness, or I'm sorry, exit out of homelessness, in which types of ways over the next year? We can look at the cost of those different initiatives, and that's likely what we would want to add to that service. With that being said, we're using all the resources we can right now to provide all the services that we've explained tonight. So anything that we do, we'll need to find additional resources for.
Okay, thank you, Kurt. And I also want to thank you for what must be a new speed record in responding to hotlines, including my own. That your response was instantaneous, and I thank you.
It was a busy afternoon.
I'll bet it was. Thanks again.
All right, I'm seeing no more questions. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Kurt. I agree, those hotline responses were impressive today. And Megan and Vicky, probably your whole team chipped in with that. So let's move on to questions. I think the first one that we need to answer is, do any council members have input on building home, tribe recovery, respite services, unit acquisition, and high utilizers? Mark, is your hand still up intentionally? All right. Anybody want to give input or direction on any of those subcategories? Nicole would. then Aaron would.
I just want to say that to me, I think all of these are on the right track. Really appreciate all these new programs that you all are getting ready to start up. And it's just an amazing amount of new programming to be starting. So truly, I don't understand how you all sleep, but I am very optimistic about a lot of these programs. So thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. Or Aaron.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I don't know where you find the time to sleep, but hopefully you sleep very well knowing the amazing work that you're doing in the community. Because these are really an innovative set of programs, and they're dealing with very, very real problems. Like I quick story, I remember I was in the emergency room a while back waiting for my wife to come out. And there was a man there who appeared to be homeless, who had a bag that he was dripping blood into, and clearly was done with the emergency room and was just waiting there before going back out on the street. Seemed very clear. And he clearly didn't have a place to go to recover from whatever bodily issue he was experiencing. And so I'm so glad that we will be creating a place where folks can go in that situation. It's a real need in the community. So we know how deep and wide the homelessness issues are in town, and these programs together, along with our partners, are going to make a real difference. And so looking forward to seeing them come online, and just real grateful for the work that everybody at the city and our partners are doing. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Aaron. Junie, then Tara.
I want to be quick tonight and just want to say ditto to Aaron and Nicole. And my only feedback is continued community engagement. As you know, that's extremely important as you continue to do this work. So thank you for this great presentation, and thanks, Rachel.
Thanks, Junie. I will give you one more question though. Tara.
Well, I already said how great I thought it was. As my last comment is going to be, every time you put up a new slide and I did a screenshot of it, said, that's my favorite slide. Nope, that's my favorite slide. Nope. So I can honestly say that they were all my favorite slide. It's such tremendous work in the short time I've been on council of 2 years. So I appreciate all that you've done.
Thanks, Tara. I don't see any other hands up. I'm not sure there's any other hands to go up. So I'll just add, yeah, I think it's all steps in the right direction too. I guess as to high utilizers, I do worry a little bit that I think we did this work, and remember, Kurt, when you and I first met in like 2019, we talked about the high utilizers and the dramatic difference it makes to get people housed. So ideally, I'm hoping that there's something that's in place that's more ongoing, that the council in 2027 isn't relooking at this issue, and we've kind of kept the ground and not seeded it in some way that we have, another new group of people that we haven't kind of figured out how to support. So that's my only feedback on that one. And then I will turn us over to question number 2, which I think is, does council wish to direct staff to implement or further explore alternative shelters or services? Shelter services. Junie's just giving it a thumbs up. She's not even going to raise her hand. Dig it. Nicole?
Thank you. I think what I would be interested in is maybe not just alternative sheltering services, but also additional sheltering services. So I'd be really interested in knowing, would we potentially see better or the same outcomes if we were to try to invest in more sheltering, like if the Boulder shelter were to have a few more beds, or Haven Ridge or one of these other places, if we could help them expand, would that have similar outcomes for a similar amount of money, or possibly, better? Would that be cheaper? So anyway, yes, interested, and would also like to have a comparison with what would it be to just add more to what we currently have. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. I've got Tara, then Mark, then Bob.
Nicole, I didn't get a chance to say great comments, but great comments all night, and also this one as well, as far as just maybe adding beds versus like a whole new thing. I'm just going to say that we have so much in the fire right now, not literally, so many big things that I feel like we should focus on those. If we had extra money, I would want it to go to sober living, finding, transitional housing for those that are leaving jail, and continue to have more robust health, mental health and drug addiction services than we do now. as obviously that's a bigger and bigger problem. So I'm going to say for right now, I think we should just focus on this day center now that we have these new grants, and focus on what we're doing now and make that all succeed. And we'll see about the future in the future. That's my opinion.
Thanks, Tara. Mark, then Bob, then Aaron, and maybe Nicole again.
You know, it is always good to know more rather than less. If staff has excess capacity, I have no problem with their exploring and researching other solutions and costing it out, not just in terms of the physical elements of that solution, but also providing the services at the other end that you've indicated are necessary to get good results. So I'd like to understand what the full cost of that is. But I would have to agree with Tara. I don't think we're ready for implementation of anything at this point. I think there's some further work to be done as your views have evolved. I'm prepared to have my views evolve, but I would like to see a little more work done to determine if this is the course we want to take. Otherwise I approve of all of the other programs and steps that you're taking. I think you're doing yeoman's work. But if you happen to have extra time on your hands, I have no problem, doing an analysis on alternative sheltering possibilities.
Thanks, Mark. Bob, then Aaron.
Yeah, just two things to say. One, I agree with actually Nicole's comment of just a few minutes ago. I'd like to see what incremental beds in existing facilities could do. I understand now the confusion that staff had earlier today when they originally said there's an average of 39 empty beds at the shelter, and then they corrected that and said 10. So Aaron, thanks for asking that question. And if you go to the dashboard, you get both answers, right? You get the 10 and the 39. And the reason for that is 39 number, of course, includes severe weather sheltering and hotel beds. So it's kind of 39 sometimes a year and kind of 10 some other parts of the year. And maybe we can kind of tighten up that data presentation. But I do agree with Nicole that I think we've got existing facilities. I know the shelter is only one of them, but it's the biggest one. We've got existing facilities. I wonder if adding, and I know there's a whole lot of complications as far as we don't own the shelter, they're a private organization, and the other shelters are private organizations, and we give them a little bit of money, and they have neighbors, and there's a whole lot of factors that go into it, but it makes logical sense to me to do what Nicole suggested, which is how do we expand the sheltering capacity at the existing shelters before we launch into something new that's maybe that's different, particularly since it's pretty expensive. The second thing, so that's one thing. The second thing I'll say is, it sounds like we're kind of close. I know that, Kurt, you were talking about maybe a few months, maybe a few more months, but it sounds like we've done a lot of at least the groundwork. We've got an operator on stand. I'm talking about the day shelter. We've got an operator on standby. Sounds like you've identified services. It sounds like the only thing we're kind of missing is the actual facility, but it sounds like you've kind of at least hinted that you've got some good ideas there, and that we're very, very close in that. So I wouldn't want us to abandon that work. It sounds like we're going to make up a number 80 or 90% of the way there. And so please just keep doing that. I think this is something that council was unanimous on when we put together our work plan a year and a half ago. And I'd hate to drop that or stop that effort since we're so close. So please do keep going full speed ahead and try to land that either later this year or very early next year. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely interested in looking into this further and working on creating one of these alternative kind of sheltering things. I think it would meet a real need and gap in kind of our sheltering options as we're working on getting people towards housing. And, I was intrigued by Judge Kahn saying, like, well, this could be another option for folks. Like if they're coming to community court, and we could say, well, if you head for the safe outdoor space, then we'll resolve that issue and get you off the streets and into a safer place. So I would like to move forward on this. And And then as part of the further analysis, it seems like Denver, when they first stood up these safe outdoor spaces, did it in a relatively brisk amount of time. So I'm just wondering if there's like a version 1 of it that could be implemented more quickly while we continue to add maybe some additional features over time. But to still saying we need those core aspects and elements of it to be successful, like you mentioned. So, we don't want to leave off the 24/7, staffing and some of the other aspects of it. But if there are ways to get something up and running more quickly rather than less so, that I think that would be to the best. So definitely interested in pursuing this. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron. I'm going to call myself, and then I think Nicole and Tara both want to double dip. So I'll get back to you, and then I'll tell you what I think maybe the indications were, and then make a pitch for us to maybe do a formal nod of 5 at the meeting when Matt and Lauren are back. So let's see. I think that we have been studying this option of safe outdoor spaces since at least 2020 for my tenure on council. Thank you, Junie. Like the whole time I've been on council, we've been studying, looking at it. I think during Aaron's tenure that you all would you got a trip even to go to Portland or something to look at options. So it has to be 2015, 2017, something where we're closing in on a decade of looking at this. So I do believe that there is urgency to this issue. I think the whole community is unsatisfied with where we are right now with adults, unsanctioned and unsheltered camping. So I would move us forward. I don't think, I understand Nicole's question. I think that it's very clear in chatting with community members who are unhoused. Some people don't want to go to shelters. Like one time a gal showed me her back and she had bed bugs on it. She's like, I'm never going back to a shelter again. I will be in a tent that, until I get an apartment. So we know that not everybody wants to go to shelter situation. We know that the creek is not the ideal spot for people, and there are other places around town are not ideal. So I would have us pretty quickly follow Denver's lead. I agree with Aaron, it doesn't have to be the platinum level. I think we could do the bronze level to start with and get people quickly sheltered who need it. There are good tents. I was pretty impressed with the one that Megan and I toured in Denver. Poor Megan, she got such an earful from me that night, but on the ride home. So, I thought that looked good enough as compared to where people are right now. And so I would not take a lot of time to, again, get to the gold or platinum level. I would help the people who are right now sleeping on top of, rocks that are very uncomfortable. Like we're talking about leveling and trenching and stuff. I think that there is a faster, a brisker, to use Aaron's word, pace that we could use to get there that doesn't have to be as all in on that. And short term right now, people really need help. We talked about earlier, there was an incident where people who were sleeping outside at the band shell, somebody tried to run them over just within the last few weeks. Like that, people could instead be in a spot that is fenced in and safe and has support. So, and the other key for me, and one of the reasons that the costs for this are so high is that I think services are so important to the housing first model working. So that's why I'm always asking questions about apartments and townhomes and hotels. Like, what are we doing to support the people who are there? And I think that this model, from what I'm reading and the volume of expense with caseworkers and supervisors and people on site, is it's going to be expensive because they're going to have 24/7 supports. And that is it sounds better than what people are getting in a lot of other situations in the city. So I don't know that I would call it inferior or a step down. I understand that the shelter itself is not as nice or expensive, but to have at a time of life that is so difficult and transitional for people to have access to those 24/7 supports, I think would be beautiful and magical and helpful, and will help people get into the next phase of housing and to succeed once they're there. So I am so excited that we're considering this. I again will at the end call for us to maybe do a nod of 5 because I don't think we can answer this question. I'll get to my math, but I think we probably have to formalize it at a council meeting. I would turn to Teresa for that. But if we are going to go forward with this and give direction to staff as the question is asked, I think we probably have some soft direction, but we should look at it again next week. With that, I'll turn it to Nicole and then Tara and then Mark.
Thanks. Sorry, I forgot there was one thing I had wanted to ask earlier. As we're considering this, one thing that I think will be really important to us to have information on is where is the money going to come from? So we saw in our budget study session a couple weeks ago that if 2A passes, we're going to have about $500,000 a year in wiggle room in our budget for the next 5 to 6 years. So if we're thinking about starting something new, where does the money come from? What are we cutting in order to fund that? I think it's going to be a really important question for me to have answered in order to make a decision on this. And I think along those lines as well, are there any more cheaper ways that we can incentivize people using the shelter? So rather than sort of treating it as, a luxury for people, can we people to stay at the shelter, $10, go and stay at the shelter tonight or something like that. And, I chuckle a little bit, but contingency management works in dealing with addiction. And I'm wondering if we can, just think outside the box a little bit and think about whether we can incentivize people to use resources that are already existed. And if that's more cheap than, or cheaper than setting up something new. Anyway, I think those are my last two things that came up, but thank you for letting me double dip, Rachel. And Rachel, sorry, I had one more question. I just want to get clarity on what it is we are wanting to take a not a 5 on tonight. Thank you.
Thanks. Tara, then Mark.
Where's the money going to come from? Where's the staff going to come from? What are we going to do about the drug addiction? What about people that don't, why would they go there versus, not go at all? And how do we keep people safe? Because I think what was so disturbing to me, like you, what happened with that car that tried to run the people over, it was a terrible thing. So safe outdoor spaces how are they going to be safe? You need staff for that, right? So whatever we do with this, it's not a small thing, it's a big thing, and it's an expensive thing. I'm not saying, I've always said, yeah, pallet homes for me, not tents, but pallet homes are a possibility. But right now, I don't know, does Kurt and Megan have it in them? Do we have any extra staff to even consider this? Are we going to take staff away from what we're doing right now to do this? I mean, there's so many, and of course, Nicole's biggest point is where are we going to get the money from? I think are super important before we just say, yeah, let's do this as well, because do we have it as well right now? Do we have room for it as well? I think that's an important question. That's it.
Thanks, Tara. Mark.
Oh, this is going to be really short. Ditto to what Nicole said, ditto to what Tara said. I think they both made excellent points, and I seem to always be the Grinch who wants to know where the money's coming from. I'm delighted to have somebody else bring that subject up because I think it's the key subject. So I support what both of them said entirely.
Thank you, Grinch Wallach. Okay, now thank you for laughing at that too. And it was nice cross aisle collaboration there. Okay, so again, the question that we were supposed to answer is, does council wish to direct staff to implement or further explore alternative sheltering services? My question to Teresa is, would this require a not a 5 or an action item to be held? Sorry, you're chewing. I'll extend my question to give you a moment to finish what you're doing there. Would we need to do this at next week's council meeting more effectively anyhow than a study session? I'm assuming.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you. Nuria? You're on mute. You are muted.
Damn. I don't ever want oops. I don't ever want to be Grinchy as well. I do think and we have talked a little bit, want to make sure that we're understanding the ask. What I think there has been support here, and the answer is in the affirmative from the majority of council currently about moving forward to continue to explore this. And I would presume this is a work plan item to add that we would need to, acknowledging the urgency that we're hearing from you, think of and come back with a financial plan and see how we can move it forward with the
both with seeing what resource capacity we have from staff and also seeing, answering some of the questions about how quickly we could move forward if we were able to do that, given some of the urgency that I'm hearing from council about trying to set something up. And so that would, if there is in fact a not a 5, as Teresa has suggested, then likely we will need to come back with you with some of the answers to those questions in due haste.
I'm not much of a Grinch, so I'm just gonna go ahead and toss this out as a response to that. Junie and I, our last day will be December 7th, and I think it would be a great day to have a ribbon cutting. So that's the date that I'm looking for, or not June, December 7th. December 7th is the date that I think this could be stood up by. So just go ahead and take that, just put it in the back of your mind as the timing I'm looking for. That's 8 weeks or something. Okay, so what I have tallied, we're not doing anything formal tonight, is those who expressed interest in a yes in answering staff's second question would be Junie, Aaron, Matt, Lauren, Rachel. Ish, I think, is Nicole. If you're a yes, let me know there. I don't want to misquote you there, but like maybe more shelter beds, not quite sure on this. And then Mark, Tara, Bob, kind of ish to no. Am I misquoting anyone on that? Nicole would like more information. So yeah, and I think, and maybe there's parsing out of like, I think there are some who want more information and some that are in the category of go ahead and implement. And I think that there may be 5 who want to implement. So I think we should, maybe I'm asking CAC to schedule that for a formal, not a 5 at October 5th meeting. Knowing that Nuria is going to say in her Grinchiest voice, it's not going to be December 7th, but I'm still going to push for that. Bob and then Nicole.
Yeah, no, I'm in favor of safe indoor spaces, SIS, but I'm not in favor of safe outdoor spaces. So I guess if your question is, are you in favor of exploring safe outdoor spaces? I'm a hard no, but I do join Nicole and others in wanting to explore safe indoor spaces, incremental safe indoor spaces. So if the question is SOS, the answer is no.
I think it's SOS is specifically how I was interpreting what we were looking at here. And I'm gonna call that indoor outdoor space, Bob. It's a nuance.
If your question is, do we want to have more spaces for people to sleep on an emergency basis, whether they're indoor or outdoor, I think you have everybody saying yes. But I think the question you're asking is outdoor.
I am creating indoor spaces outdoor. I'm just going to keep giving that back. Nicole, is that good, Bob? I agree. You're no on SOS and a yes on like more shelter beds potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nicole and then Mark, sounds like I've misquoted everyone. So please correct the record.
Oh, you're right. What I'm looking for is really just more information. I don't feel like I have enough information to make a decision. But what seems like it might be the right time for us to have this discussion is next week when we're talking about budget, because this has big budget implications, especially heading into a year where we have very, very little wiggle room. And so if we could have it as part of that discussion where we're talking about, this is something that we want to add to the budget for 2024, and then what's going to come out of the budget if we do that. So I think that may be the right just logistical place to have this conversation and make a decision.
Perfect. Mark, then Tara, then I will close this out.
Okay.
Nope.
Nicole,
Aaron.
I think you've come over to the dark side. But there are 2 questions that were expressed. One was implementation, one was exploration. Because I don't think it's ready for implementation, I'm a hard no on that. Exploration, I'm always eager for more analysis.
Thanks, Mark. Tara, Aaron.
Yeah, I think Mark said it well. I've always liked pallet homes because I like inside spaces. They're safer, they're warmer, they have locks on them, that type of thing. I would be interested in exploring pallet homes, but especially sober living homes, more sober living homes, and more homes, transitional homes for people coming out of jail, indoor spaces. Is that on the docket, or is that included, or what?
What's on the docket tonight, as I read it, was really a discussion of safe outdoor spaces. It doesn't mean that what you're saying can't be brought up at any given time in the history of the universe.
But I want to say that I feel like next year would be better, just because it seems like we're pretty full this year, but that's just me. Plus budget.
Okay, Aaron.
Yeah, hopefully we can wrap this up, but just on the process question, I think to Nicole's point, it could be helpful to touch on this in the budget discussions, but we would need to schedule a separate request for not a 5 to look for that direction, I think, from a process perspective. Just
Okay.
and CAC can take that up.
Does anything formal need to happen to go to CAC, or is this good enough? Everybody who goes to CAC is here, right? Will that get transferred in? Maybe Teresa.
I'll let you correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I take this as an ask, and we're happy to put this on the CAC as a request and let CAC do that. Is that sufficient?
Sounds great. Thank
I
you.
see Teresa head nodding, so I'm good. I want to be, copacetic with our city attorney.
Oh, she doesn't get the Grinch. This was my last study session leading, so thank you all for bearing with me. And then Nuri, I had one more follow-up that I semi-flagged earlier, which is Maris in her presentation mentioned that we were having some worrying signs of sex trafficking. And then I had a person reach out to me already and say, you know, as a 19-year-old woman, what should I be looking for? What are the warning signs? If I'm like, what can we get some information out to the community of what, you know, what maybe people who would be potentially targeted might be looking out for in terms of sex trafficking in Boulder?
I appreciate the question. I'll have to get back with the chief and sort of take a little deeper dive and see what that is. But certainly, if there is something we can share, we will let council know and we will move on that. Yeah.
PSA there would be great. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Anything else, staff? Did you get what you needed on all fronts today? Judge Khan, I'll loop you back in for that too. Kurt, Megan, anybody from the police team that's still here?
Yeah, so I wanted to make one comment and then one reflection, if that's okay.
Okay.
So some of the communication that we've received both tonight and in Hotmail is around the urgency of this pollution, and you know, why can't we do it faster or in a more abbreviated way? I'll just mention as a bit of background to that is, so we have 2 city-owned sites that we could begin to look at for this solution. None of the costs that we put forward tonight include purchasing land. And so that's why we've looked at city-owned sites. Both of these sites, as well as others that we've explored, they all require Excel to put in a transformer to provide electricity, you know, for this, whatever the housing or the sheltering solution is. You know, water, sewer, we have floodplains in this area that are very important. And none of those things can be done without getting a civil engineer to do a design for that infrastructure. When we opened the severe weather shelter on 30th Street, which was a building, we spent $450,000 getting a water line to that building before we could open it. So some council members and others have questioned the costs that we've put forward. These are costs, you know, really based on real life experiences. I also know that when Denver started off with this, they went to faith communities, which were parking lots. There was electricity there, there was water there. It made transition to that service very quick. Now that they've gone to sites that are open fields, these are the kind of challenges that they have. We can't have electricity going to a site with extension cords, you know, going to tents. So there's real infrastructure that needs to be put in place. So I just wanted to question the idea of expediency. Obviously, we are expedient in everything we try to do. So we could likely open it on a 7th, as you said, Rachel. I'm not sure about the month though. It may be some month, but the 7th we could probably guarantee you. And then the last thing the last thing I'll say is that those of us in HHS, and I know the other departments that work on this, I think we're honored to work for the community to tackle these very difficult and challenging issues that relate to people that are really struggling. And while it's tough work and we get a lot of input from the community, you know, it's a real honor to be in a position where we can try to make a positive impact on these individuals. And lastly, I'll say we just have such great partners in our community that you saw tonight that they actually do the work. I think every council meeting I ask for community members to open their checkbooks and write checks to those community organizations that do this work. I'll do that again tonight. You know, we really need the whole community to help in this work. So thank you for the opportunity to listen and reflect on our presentation tonight.
Thanks for that, Kurt. Judge Khan.
I just wanted to echo what Kurt just said. It is really an honor to be able to participate in this process. And I think I told Councilor Weiner this a while back. It's to be able to just work on these problems and try to see if you can find solutions to them as hard as they can be. I think it's just great that we have the opportunity and everybody being here and working as hard as they do. And the folks at HHS are just unbelievable how hard they work. So I really appreciate them.
Thank you. Thank you all for the work you're doing for our community. All right, with that, we're done. Good night.
Not at all.
Everybody.
Thank you, Rachel.